Miss Dockery. Mr. Hilliard, present. Miss Now. Miss Singletary.
Present.
Dr. Stout. Miss Winters. And Chair Kernagis.
Chair Kernagis, point of order.
Yes.
Members, please use your mic when you're talking. I ask that you keep it off when you're not, just in case, sneezes, all those things, heavy breathing. But if you are talking, please use your mic. Members, feel free to remind each other, do the nudge, do the elbow. It's okay if we miss it. It's just for the recording so that they can hear discussion.
Chair Kernagis, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hilliard. I move that the recording serves as the minutes for today. Do I have a second?
I second.
This will be by voice vote. All those in favor of using the recording as our meeting minutes signify by saying aye.
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 It looks like we have a quorum for aye, and the motion carries. Members and presenters, please raise your hands or say Chair Kernagis out loud to be recognized unless I call on you. Members and presenters, please turn off your microphone in front of you unless you are speaking. Please remind other speakers to turn off or turn on their microphone if speaking without it, so the recording can capture all discussion. For the benefit of all Tennesseans, please avoid the overuse of jargon and acronyms where possible, and define any acronyms if used. We will now proceed with the next item on our agenda. Are we ready? What is our next item?
Great question, Chair Kernagis. Would you all like to start the team building activity?
I think that would be an excellent idea. Actually, I think our team is very well built. We've been working together for quite some time, but we have an enormous assemblage of intelligence and experience here. What we don't know yet, though, is whether or not you're willing to put that forward and how you're going to reinforce your opinions. It's important. Some people are a little shy. Some people are type A like myself. We're going to do a little introduction here right now. We're going to call the exciting sponge. Do you know how exciting a sponge is? A sponge can be very exciting, especially depends upon when and where you use it. What I'm going to ask each of you to do now is to try to sell us on a random item anywhere in this room. It could be in your purse. It could be on your tabletop here. It could be somewhere in the ceiling. I want you to tell us why we would want to buy this particular item. We want you to use all your skills of sales and being able to convince others of your position. Okay? So we're going to start. We're going to give our Vice Chair, Hilliard, an opportunity to begin the discussion.
I'll jump right into it. I didn't have a lot of time to plan, so this is going to be improvised. I'm going to pull on some.
I should have said, I'm going to use the Breitling here to time you. And I think given the length of time that's dedicated to our team building activity, I would say we would take no more than 3 minutes.
Okay.
But you should take a minimum of 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay?
Will do. I'll go ahead and jump right into it. So I have here my trusty Nalgene water bottle. This is a favorite of mine. I know the water bottle consensus has not really been met. If you teach in a school building, you will see such a wide range of water bottles represented. Students feel very strongly, especially at the high school level. I can't speak to other grade levels, but there's a strong passion when it comes to the water bottle at the high school level. And they're divisive. They become a status symbol. They become a way of obviously conveying water. But ultimately, I'm partial to this particular brand and this particular device for a number of reasons that I'll outline here. For one, relatively inexpensive. Some of these water bottles get quite expensive, especially as they innovate and there's a new trend that's emerging at any given time. It feels like about every 18 months or so, I see a new water bottle emerging amongst all my students. But this particular water bottle dates back a little further. I've seen this one represented in a lot of communities. I know some outdoorsy folks that have been toting this around for quite a while. I believe it's really effective for a number of reasons. I hate the sound of a clanking metal water bottle. Which as a high school teacher is a symphony that I hear at almost all times as they crash off of desks and onto the floor. This makes just a nice satisfying thud when it lands, which is a lot more satisfying to our ears than the metal, at least in my experience. It is pretty waterproof. I can flip this thing upside down. No water is going to come out, which we can't necessarily say for all water bottles. They tend to leave a bit of a spill. With the water, it's not so much of an issue, but once other items end up in there, that sticky residue that can be left behind after a spill can be quite annoying. And I just want to think about our cleaning staff, and make sure that they're represented in this whole experience. Often a voice that goes unheard that I want to make sure is heard. I also, it's relatively lightweight. It's pretty durable. This thing's been around a lot. I've had this for years, and while it's got a few scuffs here and there, it is still structurally sound. So that's ultimately my case for the Nalgene water bottle.
Team, would you buy it? I would. Thank you for, and I knew if I called on Coach Hilliard, it would be an excellent demonstration. And we're simply going to go around the horn here. And Brittany, you would be the next.
I chose my reusable zipper pouch. As a teacher, these come in very handy. I use them to pretty much put everything that I store in my cabinet. They are similar to a Ziploc, but you can reuse them over and over again. They are durable and they're not going to easily tear. They have a zipper on them and you can put many things. I just chose to bring a few things that I thought that I might need today, but I use them in my classroom. When in my cabinet, I put, they come in the different sizes. So some of them, I have crafts, I have glue, and I have paint and scissors and all the things. And so each one has something different in it, just kind of keeps everything straight. I like fun, bright colors, and they all come in very bright colors. Each size is color coded. So the larger ones are a lime green, and then a little bit smaller, there are some turquoise, but fun, bright colors for a fun, bright classroom.
Excellent. Would you buy it? There you go. So good job selling. Right. All right. Rosemary.
Good morning. My device is a iPhone.
Oh.
I use the iPhone for my accommodations and modifications for students with disabilities. I use it to download information to help them in reading and writing. I also use it for our students to do research on their papers as far as reading a passage. And also I'm able to accommodate and modify by annotating their text for them, as well as the earphones are used for them to also be able to hear and the passages read to them. So in the technological world where we're headed to the century, this is where we're going for special education, utilizing technology. So this is my product.
Would you buy it? If I could afford it. Thank you, Rosemary. Dr. Stout.
Good morning. I promise this was not pre-planned. But the only thing that divides people more than plastic or metal water bottles is Android or iPhone. And I am here to be Team Android today
Oh,
and tell you
yes.
why you all need an Android. First of all, we all know that Apple and iPhone use Android technology that they pioneered. You do know this, right? That Android was the pioneer. Secondly, you're switching to our plugs, our USB plugs. Why? Because it's the better product. So once again, Team Android is winning and pushing the technology ahead. Um, with now the new versions have the seamless AI integration, which is great for class because it's good for spell checking, grammar checking. As English teachers, we know how important it is to have that information readable. It's also very good for accessibility. For some people who might have a language processing disorder, Android reads everything out loud very seamlessly and selected read to text instead of reading all of the commands. So selected read to text is one of the features I use all the time. Um, Android also has animated reactions on holidays. So every holiday, I'm super excited to send a text message because I get fireworks on the 4th of July. I get Santa on Christmas, and I'm always recording it to send to my friends because apparently those drab iPhones don't do that. So this is a super, super fun thing that I get to see every holiday. And the last reason why you should all be Team Android is because oftentimes when my iPhone friends can't get cell reception, guess whose phone they borrow? All right. And so that is why I have been Team Android for more than a decade and think you should be too.
Dr. Stout, thank you so much. Will you buy it? Yeah, I already did. All right, well, I guess I better take a turn myself. It wasn't the exciting sponge, but it is the George Costanza wallet. If you don't have, for the Seinfeld fans, if you remember, George had a wallet that could contain all his important papers. Now, this doesn't have all my important papers, but it has most of them. And the reason it does is because it's got all of these openings. It can open count them, 5 times. Okay. And in the center, I get to put my license plate or my license, which is pretty easily accessible when I get to the airport. Okay. Then I can put credit cards and I could put my IDs from various organizations I belong in. And then all of these credit cards and receipts that I have to give to my accountant when I get home to make sure that the books are balanced. So I would recommend to you the Costanza wallet at any opportunity you have to buy a Christmas present for your friend or loved one. The Costanza wallet. Will you buy it?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Annie,
Okay, I'm going to be selling this chair. Uh,
oh, yes.
so the first great thing about this chair is it is adjustable to meet the height needs of the tall and vertically challenged alike, like myself. It has a wonderful armrest, so you can feel nice and relaxed. It's got some great lumbar support for those who have back problems. It also is a wonderful thing for a teacher to have because at the end of a long day, you can relax in a nice, comfortable chair before you make your way home. It is also great for races because you can get in the chair and race around. If you have worn the wrong pair of shoes to work and your feet are killing you, you can use the chair to scoot around and meet with each of your students without having to mess with your feet further. It can also it has wheels that you can use to run over the toes of your enemies. And that's it.
Well, thank you, Annie. Will you buy it? I will, that's for sure. I didn't know the state had this kind of budget. This is great. Oh. Okay.
I'm Miss Now.
Hi, Miss Now.
Hi. My students would say this is a nice dose of karma right now because I teach AP Lang and argument, and I make them do these things, and they're going to love this. So, but it's also a nice chance of fate that we have Post-it notes in front of us because I'm kind of famous for loving the Post-it note. It's multi-purpose, it's multi-use. I think as Tom Hanks said in a really old movie at this point, You've Got Mail. It can express not only a defining purpose, but also a defining sense of self. You have lime green, you have blue, you have hot pink, you have orange. And so the sky's the limit to express yourself. It's also very useful for the writer that may want to look slightly organized and yet not be. You can throw them in your desk and you can stick them all together. They stay sticky for a long time. You can use them as a bookmark. If you are like me and you lose bookmarks all the time, you can use them in the classroom for all kinds of purposes. You can use them for nice, short, pure feedback when you don't want them to say too much, and yet enough. So you can use the Post-it notes for yourself, your classrooms, and is apparently here at the state board. So.
Will you buy them? Oh, yes. I have a question for you. When you take notes on your notes, do you use block printing or do you use cursive writing?
If I'm writing for other people, I will print. But if I'm writing for myself and I want it to look pretty, then I will use cursive.
Thank you. We may get to that discussion later on today.
Yeah. That's true.
All right, last but certainly not least, Patty.
Good morning, everybody. Patty Baird. And what I have to deliver today is the most serviceable item you can ever have. Look at all these laptops, but what do you only have one of? A screen. I, on the other hand, have 2 screens. And this, I can tell you, you can order on Amazon, and I have multiples of them. And it's only, if you get it on sale, like down as low as $79. You plug it in, you've got 2 screens, you can travel anywhere and everywhere and never be like, where's this, but where am I in terms of your meetings, et cetera. Or what I use it for when I'm writing a proposal, I have the proposal in one place and all my reference documentation on the other. So I would highly recommend you too can have a portable screen.
Oh, the hands too. Who's going to get one?
I'm sold.
Well, I am now convinced that every member of our team has the ability to convince us of their position. Which brings us right to our next activity. Oh, a point of order. Where's the coffee?
The most important question, Chair Kanagas, it is behind Josh Walton in that other room. And there are snacks that have not been touched and they would love your love and attention.
Okay.
So please help yourself at any moment.
Well, yeah, I hate to break. I don't want to break. Okay, but I want to just take a brief procession to the coffee room so we can get ready for our next discussion, which will maybe lengthier. And we have really made up a lot of time here. Agreed? Okay. So who wants coffee? Raise your hand. No? Forget it. Okay. So I know you want to go to your priority sharing, Q&A. Okay. So what's the order that you usually do this in? You've done this a lot, right? Yes. Okay. Go ahead. Tell us.
So in full transparency, this is actually something new we're doing based on sort of predecessors. Yep. This is something new we're doing based on your predecessors. So you can go in any order you like. I just ask that everyone present at some point and be open to ask and answer questions.
Okay. We'll reverse the order then from our first exercise. And we'll begin with Ms. Screen here. Patty, are you ready to present yet on what you have as your priority? Remember that little piece of homework that we had? You're ready?
I can do it.
Oh, okay, excellent.
Obviously, not being in the world of education, from the perspective of our students within Tennessee, although I would say that we are all teachers in some way or another. I consumed as much of all of this as I thought humanly possible. And I think, and I told Brianna this, that I probably could consume another day, multiple weeks worth before it ever really sunk in. But what I did find across the board was, and I know that we don't use AI, but I think as these standards move forward into the future, that is the one thing that I saw throughout that really struck me is how, I mean, we can't wait. We've got to figure this out because it's going to be the world our children move into and our grandchildren, so forth and so on. And I think overall, and I did late at night on Friday evening, I did read some of your very lengthy inputs and some that were not so lengthy. But I found myself agreeing for the most part in that what we saw was very straightforward and well delivered, if you will, in terms of the future look across the board. And I just, again, I think that if you read only the net new, you would probably say, yay, great. It's when you look back in with the comparison, as we were asked to do, then I think that we need to be sure that we haven't left anything important out. And that's all for me, sir.
Okay. As we proceed, if you can get as specific as you want to on your recommendations and emphasize the high if you want to, but you can read them all and let us know where you're coming from and what you're beholden to, because I know that you can convince us of that, but let's get your positions exposed. Just now.
Okay. I went by each section in our reflection document, so if you can bear with me. I went by
Vegas, point of order. I have yours up. Members, just a quick note, they're all in the drive if you'd like to follow along, but I have it on the screen as well.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Point of order. We'd like to thank. Oh, thank you. Proceed.
Thank you.
I don't think we need him more hyper, though.
It's a long 4 days, Dr. Stout.
Okay, the introduction. I found the revisions to the introduction clear and concise. I liked the supporting research, the visual, Scarborough's reading rope. I think it provides a quick snapshot for all educators, providing the purposeful collaborative work, the purpose behind it, what they're supposed to be doing each day. I did wonder about the brief introductory remarks dedicated to the interconnected nature of reading, writing, listening, and speaking in an advancing society. But then it goes into a large portion of it is dedicated to the necessity of reading instruction. And without then going further and explaining how explicit reading instruction, writing instruction, and academic speaking and listening instruction are also essential interrelated processes. To me, it appears as if the introduction could perhaps provide a more thorough explanation of the importance of all English language arts standards to continue the education of our students, to not only prepare them for subsequent grade levels, but also to equip them for unforeseen challenges in college and in the workforce. As far as priorities go, it's a lower priority, but just worth consideration. The foundational literacy standards, they've undergone significant revisions with a new standard added. A large part of these revisions centered on the inclusion of phonics instruction. It seems to me that it's a medium concern because the committee could primarily concern themselves with refining the language and alignment of the standards in this case. There have been some public concerns raised about the language of some of the specific standards. The progression of writing standards, particularly from grades 3 through 5. My primary concern is with the alignment, however, of the writing standards between the 5th grade and the 6th or 8th grade band. For the language standards, there needs to be a clear progression among grade levels to ensure all grammar and conventions are taught effectively with horizontal and vertical alignment. Of particular concern seems to be L.CAE.1 in the middle grade bands and the progression of standards from 5 through 12 for L.CAE.2 and the wording of vocabulary standards. Maybe we could see clarity in the vocabulary standards, or at least continuity regarding expectations for student knowledge of technical meanings and domain-specific meanings and the reference sources students are to use. The reading standards, to me, these were a higher priority. The introduction to the reading standards seems to be written with a different tone than the other standards. Apart from the introduction, the bulk of the public and TDOE feedback is regarding the reading standards, so I would prioritize those as well as the writing standards. R1 and R2 of particular interest from K through 12. The progression of the level and type of analysis expected needs to be clear to students, and it needs to be clear what exactly they're analyzing, identifying, and/or summarizing. Speaking and listening, these were of medium concern. They could benefit from some minor edits for clarity. I'd also like to ask about in particular about the note-taking additions. Might we also add objectives for those skills linked to digital literacy? Writing standards, the committee, from my perspective, should devote a significant portion of our time to examining the progression of writing standards in K through 12, especially between grade bands. I applaud the EAT's revisions, adding clarity for teachers and students regarding expectations for writing task, purpose, audience length, content, and style. The standards would benefit from consistent subheadings, language, and expectations that clearly vertically align among all grade levels. I'm interested to discuss with the committee the specific revisions to the writing standards regarding paragraph length and requirement for the inclusion of evidence. Students and teachers need clearly outlined standards for writing content that does not limit students, but does provide clear expectations for content that progresses through the grade levels, resulting in proficient academic writing suitable for college and the workforce. This includes the expectations for research. In addition, the language regarding the incorporation of digital multimedia sources to produce clear and coherent writing, research, and presentations would benefit from further discussion to ensure that it's broad enough to meet the demands of a rapidly changing, increasingly digitally immersed world, specifically regarding AI use, yet contains specific updates appropriate for students. Digital use, specifically AI, has become and is becoming an essential skill as part of how we communicate. And as ELA is designed to create literate communicators, I question not whether AI should be used as part of the reading and writing process, because we can all agree that students need to be competent and independent readers without those tools. But whether we should incorporate AI literacy as part of our expectations when teaching students how to use quality academic sources, how to avoid plagiarism, and to evaluate its usefulness as a tool under the appropriate circumstances, just as students would be expected to use any other digital tool or reference source. And then the glossary references and appendix and electives did not have as many suggested edits, and I'm sure we'll edit those as we go and progress throughout the standards.
Thank you so much for the time that you put in on that. We know where you're coming from, certainly. And we'll expect to have a lot of input from you as we go through our progression. Annie.
So to begin, I do believe that we need to put quite an emphasis on our foundational standards, foundational literacy standards. I do not have a lot of input for that just because it's not my area of expertise, but we do need to make sure that we're spending adequate time on making sure that those are very strong, because that's our beginning with our students. Next, a priority for me is making sure looking at our grammar standards, I do think that our standards could benefit from being streamlined, because I think sometimes we do overwhelm our students with a lot of grammar that sometimes isn't always directly applicable. Well, it is applicable, but maybe is not the highest priority for getting them ready and to be good writers. So looking at that and what the EAT committee has done and trying to come up with a consensus between what the TDOE has asked and what the EAT committee has proposed. I also want to make sure that we are preparing our students for the ACT and SAT. I don't know if that's been something that's been looked at before, but making sure that they are prepared by our standards to succeed on those tests so that our Tennessee students are competitive. I'd also like to discuss the feedback about teachers asking for vocabulary lists and root word lists, whether that is getting into curriculum or is this is an area that we should be prescribing. Next is I want to make sure that we are upholding the request to be more specific in making sure that our students are reading from a variety of cultures and perspectives. A aspect that another committee member pointed out that I would like to, I guess, emphasize myself is how students are constantly surrounded by content that is meant to persuade them. And we have some really good standards to prepare them for encountering those things at the 9 through 12 level, but I feel like that's maybe could be emphasized a little bit more in the 6 through 8 grade bands. The next aspect that I feel that we're probably going to need to spend a good amount of time on is the writing, discussing again I guess the contrast between the EAT committee's proposals and the Tennessee Department of Education's proposals, and how we can maybe come to an agreement between the two, as well as writing links. A lot of survey feedback asked for how much should our students be writing, and perhaps instead of looking for a minimum, maybe we should kind of work backwards. How much do students need to be prepared for college, and then how can we prepare them at each grade level to work up to that standard? And then my last aspect is something that's been on my heart a lot as a teacher, and coming into the standards committee, it kind of popped in my head as maybe a possibility, is that, you know, we often say that students move from learning to read to reading to learn between that 5th and 6th grade to jump and on. But students really are still learning to read in 6 through 12, maybe not being able to sound out words on the page, but they are learning to deal with more complex sentence structures, having to incorporate background information, having to make more complex inferences. So in doing some research, I found that Texas has a standard for teaching students reading comprehension skills and metacognitive skills to help them in that 6 through 12 band. I also include it for 5 through or K through 5 as well. But I think that's something that maybe our Tennessee standards could benefit from, is making sure that they are getting explicit instruction on how to work through difficult texts in that 6 to 12, not just K through 5.
Thank you, Annie. I have a few things, mostly big picture stuff, though. My high priority is probably the writing standards, and I do it from both ends. You don't need to expose that. I can't read it anyway. It's all right. It looks better that way.
I believe the chair would like to talk about handwriting standards as well.
Cursive is in the standards and generally well loved by the public, so
That's my doctor,
do with
right?
that what you will.
Well, that's the first thing I wanted to talk about was cursive writing. Is there anything in there about cursive writing? Do we need to go back to that? I mean, where's our little things? Can I borrow your paint?
Absolutely.
Now, 20 years ago, when we first created these standards, with everybody was saying, well, it's all about computers. We're going to keyboarding now. We're never going to have to write anymore. But if you look at the 3M company and the Office Max company, they must think that we're going to be able to take notes and communicate with notes with other people, okay? Not just the computer. So is there still a need for us to learn cursive writing? Is there time in our curriculum to be able to teach and learn that? And when is the best time to do that? That's a question I would pose and see if there's any interest, if we should include that, okay? And on the other end, it has to do with AI. I really was enchanted by what the folks at SCORE had to say in terms of the use of AI. That was a very complete position paper. And I think we need to give that quite a bit of thought. They talk not only about the use of AI, but the ethics involved. I know in some, like the science standards, you see them refer to ethics in there. There's nothing in there about that, okay? So maybe we need to talk about when it's appropriate to use AI and acquaint students with that information. So those are my major points that I'm beholden to right now, okay? And again, just listening to you, I know we are in great shape with a lot of opinions and direction. So all I'm going to do is to try to help you guys work together and get the best information that we can from each one of you about this. All right, Dr. Stout.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone who has shared. First of all, I just wanted to again express my appreciation to all of the educators across Tennessee who have spent months working on revising these standards to make sure our students are prepared for 2030 and beyond. So if you had a part in the revisions, thank you deeply. Your work is well noted and well appreciated. I spent the majority of my time focused on some of our elective standards because I felt like there was so much robust conversation about the required classes. And I knew I had really strong people in the classroom to look at the required classes. But I'll say two things about some of the required courses and then skip to the elective. I echo the comment about digital citizenship as part of digital literacy. I think that there could be more discussion or precise language about that in the standards throughout the grade bands. So a focus on digital citizenship as part of digital literacy and what do we mean by digital literacy at each grade. I also had a couple of thoughts about the kindergarten and foundational standards, only because we know so many of our students are not coming to school kindergarten ready. What would it mean to have something in the appendix that say, these are the 15 behaviors and items that students need to know from day one when they step into the classroom? How can we as a standards review committee help echo that message to help make sure more of our students are coming to class kindergarten ready and starting as close to the starting line as possible? So those are my two kind of big comments about the required courses. When I read the electives, and I focus more on the journalism elective because that is my background, and the Bible elective because that is also my background, my big comment was that there could be more integration between the core ELA standards and the electives. The elective standards should embed the precise language and measurable outcomes from the 9-12 core standards, creating more authentic opportunities for students to apply and demonstrate mastery of the ELA skills within the specialized content. And I think such integration would strengthen both the academic rigor of the electives and then also provide more meaningful alignment across the ELA program. And I look forward to talking to you guys about that more.
Thank you, Dr. Stout. Rosemary.
As I reviewed The first one is overall introduction. Pretty much is well defined there, except there's a question, is there additional research and resources for educators? Foundational literacy standards introduction was an area of high for me, specifically standard 5 RIKID 2 describe the connection between the theme and central idea of a story. Are there other strands, for example, make connections and improvement in comprehension? And is there additional research for resources for educators? For the language standards, introduction was a high as well, specifically standard 5LCAE1, explanation of pronouns. Other strands, for example, need scaffolding and continuation. Additionally, the development at each grade level. For reading standard introduction, low is the score. The reading standard 5RLCS6 change the word perspective to point of view and changing the word from recall to retell. Speaking listening standards introduction was a score below. 5SLCC1, the speaking and listening standards and introduction prepares our students for note-taking skills. The standard is relevant with a collaborative skills and expressing one's own idea clearly. As far as the writing standards and introduction, the writing standards provide support on linking ideas within and across information using traditional words, phrases, and clauses. The writing standard for 5th grade is more informational and explanatory text to examine a topic, whereas high school, there's less paragraph format than 3rd to 5th grade, which is 5-paragraph format. What expectation for writing for grades 5 and middle school grades 6, 8? The glossary reference and appendix, I want to add this to that session. By being a special educator, in that area, I would think there need to be references in the appendix for gen ed teachers that may have needs for modifications and accommodations, how to meet those students' needs, and use an updated language. Now, the glossary and reference and appendix is understanding for our new generation of teachers, where I am a mentor for teachers in Memphis Shelby County Schools. But I think that modification accommodations plays a big part in helping our new teachers. Elective standards, the elective standards and Bible standards are aligned with the electives in Bible as literature. They have any area concern there. And lastly, the standards were revised to emphasize student interest in writing to enhance motivation for our educators. We need to visit the clarification progression, coherence of the revision of the standards, and a deeper dive this week. Coherence, does the standard build upon learning within the grade level? And clarification, can the standards be understood by all teachers? Thank you.
Thank you, Maury. Brittany?
I think that for the most part, the committees that have met before us have created strong vertical alignment, ensured that the reading cornerstones are at the core, and that the standards were more concise with an emphasis on the right priorities. Some of the main things that I found that we probably need to kind of focus on were part of the foundational literacy standards, just some of the things that I found. There was a lot of feedback from the TDOE on the standard 2 FLPA2. And then a lot of comments on the cursive writing, actually beginning in 2nd grade and then through 5th grade and into 5th grade being able to read the cursive. And I'm not like saying that I'm for or against cursive. I just think that it needs to be something discussed. The language standards, just clearing up some of the eliminations that were made, and just I was hoping that the EAT chairs maybe could provide a little bit more reasoning on why some of those were eliminated. The reading standards, the one that I was looking at was with the vocabulary, and I saw a lot of comment back on that, was there were 3 parts to the 5 FLVA 6. It goes from the vocabulary, and then it's broken up by figurative language, and then it goes back to vocabulary. In grade 5, it is actually one standard broken into an ABC, whereas in middle school it was 3 different standards, but still the figurative language broke those 2 up. So I didn't know if maybe the figurative language needed to be moved down, or maybe the 2 standards that are on vocabulary could be written together. And then I noticed there was a lot of talk about the speaking and listening standards, about the 2 strands being combined. There were some that thought that was good, and then there were some naysayers, so just some clarification on that. The main thing, I think, for me personally and for my students is the writing. Especially last week, we really broke down at our school our 2025 TCAP scores, and it's not been very long that we've actually gotten writing. We've always gotten writing scores, but there's not ever been a breakdown of the writing scores. And so this is kind of, one of the, we're still in this kind of new beginning of seeing what they score in the 4 areas of writing. And so as a teacher, it is frustrating what is expected. And I know that as a student as well. And then I know that I've talked to, and I have 2 middle schoolers of my own, and they're like, Mom, you pushed 5 paragraphs, and we don't even have to write 5 paragraphs in middle school. And so that's frustrating that I have made them do that. And then, it kind of goes back. I feel like they're going back, and not that it's not diving deeper. I'm not saying that. I just feel like we're going back. And so if these students, I feel like I have done them a disservice of pushing them to teach 5 paragraphs if that wasn't really what the standard was asking. Like, I need to know what multi-paragraph means, and even from the state, it's still multi-paragraph. Okay, well, multi-paragraph, what is multi? Is it 2? Is it to 20, or beyond? I think that we need to specifically say what are our expectations for our students. And then, again, just some clarification on the elective standards. I feel like that's not really my forte, so I just would like to hear some from the rest of you. And then for the other, just some proofreading and editing for the most part. So that's it. Thank you.
You, Brittany.
Sure, can you guess?
Last but not least, yes, dear.
Quick question. Brittany, I wanted to make sure I wrote down your question. What was it exactly? Members, for the record, if you have a question for any of our experts, I'm writing them down and checking them off.
Oh, for the clarification, for the EAT chairs, is that what we're talking about? Yes, I just wrote down, this was from our meeting on Friday. There were, I think Annie had asked a question about some of the eliminations made in the language standards. And so I was just wanting to get some clarification on that. I told this earlier, I really didn't realize, like, I do teach 5th grade, and so our language standards are actually under the fluent foundational literacy, and then language standards really don't start until 6th grade. So that was kind of an eye opener, I think, for me as well. But so I just wanted some clarification for that.
Great question, Ms. Singletary. I have Ms. Dockery's question on our list, and our EAT chairs are prepared to respond at the beginning of the language section. So flag for our chair and our vice chair to call on them when the time is to talk about language. And you're absolutely right. That's why we're tackling language and foundational literacy today, so that we can get things smooth, hopefully. Members, did I miss any other questions so far that are new, not from Friday? Okay, perfect. Thank you, Vice Chair Hilliard.
Vice Chair Hilliard.
Thank you. So before I get into, and I'll kind of walk through the major sections that we'll be working through in just a moment, but I think it's important to, as a committee, to kind of think about what our role in this larger process is. We are given a great deal of power. We are given a great deal of say in this process. But I think it's incumbent on us to kind of constrain ourselves to some extent. We have 4 days. I think while overarching large-scale changes might be productive in the grand scheme, I think ultimately, if we're going to put out a set of professional, well-edited, well-composed, vertically and horizontally aligned standards at the culmination of these 4 days together, I think it's incumbent on us to think about our positionality within this broader process. And I think it's also incumbent on us to appreciate the feedback that we've received from EAT, from the public, looking into the work done by the people who composed the previous standards, that we are one step in a much, much larger chain. So I think it's incumbent on us to view ourselves as a step within a much longer process rather than viewing ourselves as people inherently bringing about a sea change. Now, that is not to say that I don't think we should be making edits and changes, but I do think it's important to keep that positionality in mind. As far as the individual sections, I feel like the overall introduction has been improved. I like the kind of almost grandiosity of the old introduction, but ultimately I think for use, for functionality in a standards document, I think is ultimately there to be functional. I think the new introduction with its kind of more straightforward prose and emphasis on research backing, I think is positive. I think we could add a little bit more language, perhaps around other research other than just the Scarborough Reading Rope. I know that other language is there, but I feel like the Scarborough Reading Rope seems to be the central conceit for most introductory language throughout the document. And there are moments where that's integrated throughout the smaller introductions opening each of the other sections. There are moments, perhaps like the writing section, where that it's less prominent. There's another rope that's introduced at the beginning of the writing section, and so I wonder if there's a possibility of kind of introducing that language earlier as a way of creating a more coherent document. Foundational literacy standards I have marked as a low priority, but I think that's important to kind of recognize a caveat there. I think I'm thinking in terms of my own role per se. That's definitely a moment where I want to listen to educators in the room who have more experience. I both do not teach the students represented by the foundational literacy standards, and I am not someone who has a child of my own, so I don't have that kind of firsthand experience like Ms. Singletary spoke to. So I think while I certainly there certainly seems to be an important conversation there, I think that's a moment where I'm going to recognize my position and kind of take a step back and listen to the feedback of others. When it comes to language standards, I had that labeled as a medium priority. I believe that the language standards are largely effective. I think that there were some, I concur with some of the ideas of the TDOE as far as incorporating some of the old substandards that were originally present. And then also would just like to see some efforts towards vertical alignment in some places where that might be slipping a bit. For reading standards and introduction, I had that marked as a high priority primarily because these are in many ways kind of the central standards of that we are tasked with. I guess when most people think of standards for ELA instruction, this is where most people's minds go. I ultimately feel like the amount of work to be done here is perhaps less than in some other standards. I think the final draft will likely look much more similar in this section than perhaps in some other sections. I think the language here is pretty consistent. But I think it's just because of the weight of these particular standards, I think it's worth a lot of careful attention here, just to ensure they are perfectly constructed, or not perfectly constructed, but constructed as well as we can construct them. And I'm scrolling through. Speaking and listening standards, I also had labeled as a high priority. There seem to be some debates regarding what exactly is expected to be spoken versus what is expected to be listened to. I liked the focus on listening as a component of the standard. While it's always been labeled speaking and listening, it's always been predominantly a speaking standard. So I think the efforts from the EAT to incorporate listening meaningfully within this collection of standards is an effective one. I do think there are just more efforts to kind of integrate vertical alignment and horizontal alignment also will be crucial there. Writing standards, I think, will be our highest priority. I find that currently this is the place where I see the most discrepancy in vertical alignment. The conversation I won't belabor. We've other members have brought forward this conversation, but the idea that about multi-paragraph versus prescribed numbers of paragraphs in the middle grades versus that prescription kind of disappearing once again when we get to the higher grades in 9 through 12. So I think that discussion is important. I think some of the language surrounding response versus essay, I think we could take a look at that and kind of reach a consensus. I am of two minds about it. I can see the arguments of the original argument standards, and I can also see the argument for the work of the EAT. So I'm curious to hear from a lot of very capable educators and stakeholders in education about what we think we should proceed with there. I am someone, and to be honest, I am just someone who loves glossaries. I think we are not utilizing a resource properly if we don't make that glossary a really strong document. I think there's so much desire among educators to you hear this, or at least I hear this in my personal life as an educator, but I've also seen it in the public feedback that we've received for specificity, for what does it mean when you say to teach this particular thing, and then there's these calls to implement this into the standards, but sometimes when that becomes the case in the standards, we get these burdensomely long standards that are just full of countless substandards, and it just becomes a checklist. I think the glossary is a moment that allows us to kind of bridge those particular gaps. If we have, a certain strategy referenced in the actual standard itself, if the glossary operates as a pair to that and can provide context for what exactly we are meaning by that particular strategy, if we can list primary strategies within the glossary, I think that's useful. The glossary also right now is just a little inconsistent. There are moments in the glossary where it's providing very detailed definitions. There are moments where it's providing very brief definitions. There are moments where it's not even really providing a definition. It's mostly talking about the effectiveness of the tool. And I have a desire for some consistency there. Also, several new terms that we've introduced that are not prominent in the glossary, but then also terms that we have sunset that are still present there. So I think a fine-tooth comb of looking through that glossary once we've composed the standards, I think is going to be very meaningful. So that's kind of a pet project of mine. The references I think are quite clean though, and I think the appendix is worth a conversation as well. I think there's a huge push and pull there. I think that these appendix items are often very useful, but the longer we make this document, the less likely we are to have educators read the document. We'd like to imagine an ideal world where every single educator is carefully analyzing every single page of this document, but that's not realistically the world in which we live. And so we have to fight that double-edged sword of concision versus specificity. Elective standards are relatively low priority, though I think there are some moments that we should look into. I think a lot of work has been done by this particular, by the EAT in improving these substandards, or some of the standards here. I think a little bit of consistency across different electives could be useful. It seems like the formatting for standards across different electives can be quite different. That's likely to not have come up in conversation quite as much because anecdotally, I think people who teach an elective tend to be pocketed into a particular type of elective, and so there's not a lot of people teaching across multiple elective courses. But I think for our own professionalism, it's important that we put out a product that is consistent in its syntax and structure. Overall, I think these standards are in pretty good shape. I think they're primarily we should be concerned with alignment, vertical and horizontal. I think consistency with language, something I noticed just, and this is the old editor. Before I was a teacher, I was a copy editor. Just the inconsistency in some of the small structural decisions. Like we use EG, we use IE, we use EX, we use, for example, we use just an endless panoply of different ways of introducing examples within a parenthetical. That just speaks to me like it demonstrates that this is a product that has been cobbled together by many different minds. And while that is the case, and I think that's something to be proud of, that it's not just one group in a private room constructing this, I think it's important to create a coherent document that looks like the product of a coherent group rather than a number of people working at different times and places.
Thank you, Coach Hilliard. Now that we've exposed our ability to convince and those things that we want to convince everybody about, it's almost time to dive in. A point of order, and this is just my ignorance coming up here. In the agenda, you talk about introduction. In the document, there is an introduction, right? Is there any reason why we wouldn't do the introduction first? I mean, we're advanced in terms of our time, and there has been a couple of comments about the introduction.
Thank you for your question, Chair Kernigis. I just want to make sure I'm answering it fully and properly. Are you referring to the overall introduction that Vice Chair Hilliard spoke to?
Yes.
Great, that's helpful. We have some time on Thursday, but it's certainly at the will of the leadership team as feedback from the members to tackle the pacing guide in whatever way you see fit.
Can I speak to that?
Yes.
I think it would be wise to wait until after we've worked on the standards to retroactively go back. If we want an introduction to the broader document, I think we need to make the more small scale decisions before we go in and edit the language of the introduction.
Okay. I see a lot of nods, so let's just do as you had recommended here. Now that would bring us now to comments from the TDOE, right? You had talked about that happening right now before we dive in to our next part of the agenda, which would be language standards.
Yes, that would be great, Chair Kernigis. Nicole, one moment. I'm going to direct some folks to the Drive resources if that would be helpful so that you can follow along. But Nicole, maybe 2-3 minutes. Okay. Members, if you go into your folder and follow along, you've got in your SRC folder, you've got Workday documents, just so everybody knows where they are. This is the document that I spoke to at our meeting on Friday with the spreadsheet. You should be able to view everything, and that's what Vice Chair Hilliard will be working on. We've also got a slideshow that, as much as possible, the foundational literacy standards are a little bit lengthy, so I had to break them up per slide, but as much as possible show the trajectory. And so I'll have that on the screen for your perusal, but you're also welcome to pull up all of these documents on your computer if that would be more accessible or feasible for you. And if you're as cool as Miss Baird, you could just have it all. Trying to think. Oh, the last thing I'll say is that Vice Chair Hilliard is absolutely right. Our intent is to combine all of the elective documents and the main ELA document so that we can match our compatriots in in math, science, and social studies. But for now, they're still in their 2 separate documents so that you can see their full historical trajectory. So that's where we'll do those pieces. So just for context, Vice Chair Hilliard is working on this document. I will have this document up for y'all to peruse. And then finally, when it's time to do the introduction, both specifically and overall, they'll be in this document for everything, and then this document for electives. But you're welcome to be in all of these documents concurrently as it's helpful. Does anyone have what questions do we have about these documents? But this is where your work lives going forward.
I just want to make a request as the person who's going to be putting the words on this 25 SRC ELA standards revision Google sheet. I would ask if you would just have that up on your devices. I think it will be up on screen occasionally, but I think primarily it's going to live on our devices. And I want to make sure that my language that I put into this reflects what members of the committee feel.
Appreciate that, Vice Chair Hilliard. And members know that you've got the original standards in paper. So one orientation, if you want to try this out, see how it works, you could have your original standards in front of you, paper. You could have the spreadsheet in front of you on your computer, and you could be looking at the slide deck in front of you. Just one option, but it's limitless, as you all know. I'm going to get the slideshow pulled up, but Nicole, would you like to speak to the pronouns question for members? Thank you. Oh, the mic would be great for the record.
Please. It's kind of hard to hear up here.
Okay, so as Nicole is walking up, just know we'll have a different color so that we can mentally organize each day. And I've broken them up by section, but presuming we'll start with language. This is our K-12 trajectory here. You've got the cornerstone at the bottom. They're numbered. And this is just exactly from the spreadsheet as your predecessors wrote it. But if there are any errors or I missed anything, please let me know. So my name is Nicole Moore. So to answer a question that we had on Friday, why pronouns were removed from the 6th grade standards, the rationale that we came up with as a group was for better vertical alignment. Pronouns are already taught and mastered in K through 5, and you can see that in the standards. And then it's kind of just thrown in there for 6th grade, and then it's taken away in 7th and 8th grade. So we just felt like the flow would go a little bit better. We also felt that if you look at the original 6th grade standard, it was like had the 4 bullet points underneath it, and it was like pronouns, sentence structure. And then in 7th and 8th grade, it was sentence structure. So we just felt like removing those all together would just make more sense, essentially. We felt that the bigger struggle was the run-on sentences, the fragments, and the sentence varieties. We do not feel like when they come to us in 6th grade, they don't understand pronouns. We feel like they do. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you.
Members, any follow-up questions for your EAT chairs or TDOE before we get started? Okay, let the games begin. We're welcome to go in any order. I just went in the order that it was in the spreadsheet. But first up, you have language, conventions of academic English 1.
Yes.
I think it makes sense for us just to kind of give ourselves a structure, and I'm obviously open to other feedback on this. I think it would make sense if we kind of look at one standard strand at a time as a way of kind of organizing ourselves, or one progression at a time, sorry, using the wrong terminology. I also think it might be worthwhile to kind of open by talking about the feedback we've received from various stakeholders when we get to a particular standard. Like, I think it would make sense to kind of open with what is the TDOE feedback, what feedback have we received from community stakeholders, what have we received as primary feedback from the survey of teachers as well. I was curious to know if other people agree that would be useful at the beginning of the process.
I agree. I think that we could come from the position that the second go-round of recommendations of the standards is where we start. And if we don't have any comments, we would accept what's been done. And we'll deal with the exceptions first. We talk to those areas that we want to change and then see how they integrate in the existing document. So we'll assume that things are okay unless we want to change them.
So could you clarify what that process might look like then? I think I'm slightly confused.
We would proceed in the order that you had recommended.
Okay.
But the assumption is that what's been given to us looks okay. Right. Unless we say that maybe it's not.
Yes, and that is how the spreadsheet will work. The spreadsheet, if you're looking at it, has the standards as proposed by the EAT that have received public feedback. If we choose to accept these standards as is, then we will just simply acknowledge that and then we'll move to the next standard.
Just as an example, this is what Vice Chair Hilliard is speaking to.
Okay, I guess we should go ahead and start with the L.CAE.1 progression.
Ms. Now, did you have a question?
Yes, it was about that.
Oh, okay, perfect. Go ahead.
But looking backwards at the 5th grade standard, and we've discussed the continuity of language among these standards. Some of the language standards, and it's in the TDOE feedback as well, the suggestion to add back the terminology to explain its function. And so that is there in some standards, but not in others. And so I was curious as to the rationale behind adding in that language, because to me, it indicates identification rather than usage. When we speak of usage, we're thinking that there is inherent knowledge of identification, and this may be, and I just wanted to hear the thinking, the rationale behind either keeping that terminology or removing it or adding it back in.
Thank you, Ms. Now. Can you give me the standard code and I'll run the slides to the foundational literacy component? Which standard are you talking about for 5th grade?
5 FLSC 5. Which I believe might have changed numbers. It might in the original standards have been 6 and it is now 5. I'm looking at a comparison document.
Does this look right? I'm in K1 only. This is where it gets a little lengthy. So our trajectory is a little less cute here, but here we are. Is that what you're talking about, Ms. Now?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, great. Just wanted to have that context. Also, members know that on the spreadsheet, if you download it, on the prep work for your standards, if you download it, you can sort by strand, cornerstone, number, all the things if you wanted to see the full trajectory on spreadsheet. I just know spreadsheet doesn't translate as well on slides. EAT chairs, are you available to talk about it now, or would you like to circle back? Okay. Dr. Stout, the bathroom. I did, and that was not helpful. You have to go out the door. But it's a cool spot in there. I highly recommend. You know, if anybody needs to scream into the abyss, there's no windows in there. Chair Kornegas.
This sounds like a good opportunity to take just a little, we're going to do a 10-minute break, okay?
Absolutely. By my calculation, that would bring us back at 10:02, members.
Thank you. Okay, it is now 10:03.
Brianna, is this video? Okay.
It is still 10:03. And we have at least 5 members of the table, so we have a quorum. And I call this meeting back in session.
Sorry about that.
That's okay, dear. And we're going to get a comment now from our Department of Ed.
Hi, good morning. Banks Lyons here again. I just wanted to give a little bit of what will hopefully be some helpful context. I do have a question about, do they have access to the standards guides in their folders? It is not. Okay, great. So the ELA standards guides are some documents that the department created to support teachers, honestly, all stakeholders, in just understanding the standards, right? So each individual standard in this document is kind of explained. We call it unpacking the standard. And then we'll talk about all the different pieces of that standard, where the standard overlaps with other standards or connects with other standards, key terminology within those standards, and so forth. So this is just a supporting document that we create. And the reason I wanted to kind of bring it up here is because there's a relationship between the standards document and this document. You know, the standards document is obviously the core of everything. It's the official document that teachers are instructing students with and so forth. And Also, more importantly, or very importantly, I should say, is that once the next materials adoption comes around, all of the vendors that are proposing materials have to meet the requirements of this standards document, right? Because that's the official document. So, but there are some things, for example, you were talking about the glossary and how it was kind of hit or miss. And when we created the standards guides, we kind of had to clean up some of those gaps, you know what I mean? Kind of because some of the definitions were vague or just really wordy and not helpful. So we tried to clarify some of those things. So there are certain pieces that I wanted to kind of give you peace of mind about that, not to stress over too much, for example, in the glossary or with terminology, that sort of thing, because some of those things can be better unpacked, explained in the standards guides, and that helps keep the standards document from being way too wordy and wieldy and all of that sort of thing. So did that just make things more confusing, or was that helpful?
And we have access to that?
So she's going to get you access to these documents so you can kind of see what information is provided in them. And obviously we're wide open, and any recommendations that you have of helpful information that you think that we should include, if you think, hey, we don't want to include it in the standards, but this would be great to include in the standards guides, like absolutely open to that.
Thank you.
But these are supporting resources that will be there for, they're there for teachers, admin, coaches, anyone who needs to understand the standards better. So
I think that's very important information to have, because as you said, we may think that the item is not consistent with language in the standards, yet it needs further explanation. So we could make that recommendation to you.
that's right. Yep.
Thank you, Banks. I appreciate you. One other point of clarification that your EAT chairs can speak to in more depth is, my understanding is that there's interest from your predecessors to link, articulate, connect the standards guides into the appendix, because to Banks's point, some folks did perceive it as redundant or, confusing, et cetera. So that is definitely within the purview of this committee to decide, we'd like it all on one web page so that teachers can find it, but separate documents, once they're available, we want them hyperlinked. That's my understanding of the current proposal now. Banks might have spoken to this, but they are on, understandably, it takes TDOE a couple minutes to get them together. So we wouldn't necessarily have them for voting, and nor do we expect them to be. So obviously the hyperlink would be on a little bit of a delay, but that's the proposal thus far that this committee has full discretion over. Any questions about that? I will work on updating or uploading the standards guides into your folders for review.
Thank you, Brianna. All right, now I want to suggest that we all take a deep breath and get ready to jump on the train now. You have some more comments from TDO, Department of Ed.
While she comes, Co-Chair Hilliard, I would just like to affirm that proposal. I know you're making a doc of notes, and I think that's an excellent proposal to hyperlink them. And so I just want to say that for the record.
Hi. I just wanted to give the rationale behind the 5th grade standard for the language. We took out the conventions of standard English grammar and usage, including the capitalization and punctuation, because it was, and the removed substandard J, because it was redundant with the writing standard, and we wanted to add clarity and not have that redundancy. So that is why that change was made.
Thank you for that clarification. All right. Let's get this train moving. It's going to chug along in the beginning, but I think we'll catch a rhythm here in a bit. But we're going to have our engineer, Vice Chair Hilliard, start us off, please.
Sure. So if we're looking at L.CAE.1, there are a few pieces that we need to look at. There's obviously the conversation about whether to keep the standard as currently written from the EAT when it comes to the removal of the substandards related to pronouns in 6, and then the references to verbs and verbals in 8. Or if we would revert back to that language from the existing standards. So I think that's kind of a conceptual question we probably want to ask ourselves is, do we think that those are sufficiently covered, like the EAT has said in foundational literacy standards, or is that something that we feel is necessary to reintegrate into the 6-8 standards?
Raise your question, or raise your hand if you'd like to speak, and then we'll move along that way. Who would like to speak to that? Anyone?
Annie?
Yes.
So I think I am, sorry. So I am a little bit caught between on this because I have to say grammar is the thing I hate teaching the most. So I'm a little biased, but I do think that our grammar standards could be streamlined, or perhaps in the 6th or 8th level, or perhaps we need to bulk up our foundational literacy standards, perhaps, if there's something missing. But I think one of my primary concerns is making sure that our students have the necessary information for the ACT, SAT. I had difficulty finding any particular list of standards for the SAT, but I did find for the ACT. Verbals is not on there anywhere that I found for the ACT, but I do see how it could be useful in understanding sentence construction a little bit better. And pronoun antecedent agreement is in the ACT standards, as well as, sorry, let me find it. I should have made these notes a little bit more combined. Okay, so it does mention reflexive pronouns, possessive pronouns, and relative pronouns on the ACT. So that's just something to consider. Is that something that should be reviewed at some point? But I did like the standards of the document that had the arrows to imply that we continue reviewing these things. So I guess what I'm saying is that I'm caught between my gut reaction is to agree with the EAT, but I also do not want to have our students missing out on something that will be tested on the ACT. Because as teachers, when students make mistakes, we correct it, whether it's on the standard or not. But I want to make sure that we do not just leave out something that is important for that secondary level. So those are my thoughts. They're not very definitive, but I just wanted to kind of let you all know what I was thinking. I do think we need for sure voice in 8th grade, though. Active versus passive is quite important, but I think I would like the wording maybe changed a little bit. Just voice for me personally, when I reading that, like I had to be like, what does that mean? Oh, active and passive voice. In my head, I feel like if it just said active versus passive, it might be a little bit more clear, because I Googled it, which is makes me feel kind of stupid. And I was like, oh, duh. But I think maybe just some clear language there might be useful. And we also kind of just skip over 7th grade, where we don't add any of the I guess parts of speech aspects. So for me, if we are going to do verbs versus, except for if we do verbals, I think verbals should be moved down personally. I think maybe that's a little bit too late to be teaching that personally. They need that a little bit earlier, especially if we're asking them to do the variety of types of sentences.
Yeah, you spoke to a number of different standards, correct?
Yeah, well, it's the same standard strand, but across the grade levels.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
So are we speaking to the strands, or are we talking to each specific standard right now?
I think at the moment we're working on standard progression LCAE1. I think that's going to be, I think the more dilute our conversations get, the more we're going to kind of just get stuck in a place and not move forward. So I think it's best
so
to
let's confine our discussion to specific standards.
Now, I will say, I mean, Ms. Dockery is discussing other standards that are relevant in this particular context, because the language standards begin with 6. So if we're going to see what students know when they're coming into 6th grade, we do need to look at those foundational literacy standards that she's proposing. So I think in this particular context, it makes sense we're not editing those standards yet, but I think it's worth bringing them up to ensure that we know what's the content there. I did want to make sure, just for our own sake, I'm kind of like Ms. Dockery in this regard, where I kind of have of two minds about this language around pronouns. and this language about verb, voice, and verbals. The language in the foundational literacy standards, I just wanted to make sure we have that just out in the open. Prepositions seem to be last, or not prepositions, sorry, pronouns seem to be last referenced in the 4th grade foundational literacy standard SC.5. So it does also seem to, if I'm looking at this correctly, yeah, it's not. So it's not in 5th grade either. So I think that would seem to be either, if we're going to maintain the 5th grade standard to not include a discussion of pronouns, I think it would therefore, that would lend support for what the EAT has done, because that creates kind of a continuum between 5th. If we feel that students are mastering pronoun usage by 4th grade, then I think ultimately something needs to change, or not. Well, I think if we're going to change the 6th grade standard to include pronouns, we probably will need to go in and change the 5th grade standard to additionally include pronouns, because we need to create that continuum. If we're not going to alter, then I think things can likely stay as is, or that's a conversation we'll have more when we get into foundational literacy. As far as verbs, those are discussed. Obviously, verbs are very prominent in foundational literacy standards, and they're discussed K through 5, though this language of verbals is not there, and I don't believe I see any reference to voice, though I need to clarify that. And I do think, Ms. Dockery, were you looked at the ACT standards? Did you find references to active and passive voice in those standards? So that, okay. So that would be something that I think would be useful to reintegrate in the 8 standard. Do we have data, and this I guess could be a question for any person in the room, on whether or not, I know anecdotally we've had people reference that they feel like middle school students know pronouns, but do we have test data? Do we have any sort of statistical support for that idea? Okay, yeah, I think that would be useful.
I wanted to speak to a couple of things. So the progression to me, the way that the EAT has revised them makes sense. Pronouns in the 4th grade, because as a former 6th grade teacher myself, pronouns, and this is just my own experience, pronouns were less difficult to master than sentence constructions. And so pronouns in the 4th grade make sense. And then moving into the 5th grade standards, when you are focusing more on verbs and how they operate, and those are critical, the knowledge of verbs is critical to understanding how sentences are constructed then in the 6th grade standards. And then the concern was about verbals. And then in the 7th grade standard, there's the added effectively placed modifiers, which to me encompasses verbals. Again, this is just my interpretation. But I do wonder if it's too open to interpretation. I suppose that would be my question, because I'm of 2 minds on that. I do see the value in adding in active and passive voice specifically, because those are difficult skills to master, and they are used so much going up through the upper grades into the ACT standards as well. So in my initial question was just about the terminology, and that's just asking about staying consistent, because I really have no preference one way or another. It's not about my preference, but the terminology about explaining the function of, because in the 5th grade standard, there's the terminology about explaining the function of. But then in the progressing standards, that language is not there, even though we're introducing new grammatical terms. And so in the other standards, again, the language is there in some grade levels and not others. So I would like to see consistency with usage, either one way or the other.
Yeah, I just want to say that I agree with that. And that's something else I've noticed. If we look at this progression here, if you look at the verbs and the substandards in 6 through 8, we have typically a use something as the first substandard, and then the B substandard is use, produce, and produce. So there's an inconsistency of verbs there. In the high school standards, we have utilize and analyze and as the A substandard, and then identify and utilize as the B substandard, though those substandards disappear entirely when it comes to 11th and 12th grade English. So I think some consistency in our verb. I mean, use and utilize. I think we need to reach a consensus on which one of those two words we're going to use, since I think they're pretty interchangeable. I think.
Please use from
Yeah.
from the communications person who does it in the real world. Use.
Okay,
Yeah.
that sounds great, and that's what foundational literacy is using. They use. So do we all agree that use would be the best choice there? Do we also? I think there's this conversation because, like I said, with the high school LCAE.1, we have this utilize and analyze effective phrases and clauses. And then we have, when writing or speaking, identify and utilize parallel structure. So I guess the verbs we're considering are identify them, use them, and analyze them. And I would guess explain its function is a pretty close analog to analyze, I would say. But I feel like that is, because we're having this moment of uncertainty, I think it would be better to have consistency across that. So do we have what do people think is what verb? I mean, we think use should be the correct verb for like being able to integrate these grammatical concepts into their writing. Identify, I think, is, yeah, absolutely.
Nicole, I just ask you to sit for the recording. As somebody who watched the last recording where there were not microphones, it was not fun. This is actually perfect. Vice Chair Hilliard, in terms of your question about data, I'm happy to reach out to, so these fabulous folks in front of you are a part of the academics and instructional strategy team, which is just one of the many parts of the Department of Education. Your question could potentially be answered by the assessment team. I'm going to reach out to them via email to see if they'd be able to get us an answer. I can't confirm that they have that level of granularity or can turn it around, but I will, of course, always ask.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm just supposed to raise my hand if I want to speak. I'm trying not to, but as far as the use of verbs, we tried really hard, and you will see we looked at DOK 1, DOK 2, and 3. So we used those words. So you'll see the progression. There'll be different verbs, but they're supposed to progress on each other. That's what we were really intentional about. So that was our conversation as far as that. As far as whether or not this was tested or not, last TCAP 6th grade standard, it was not tested on directly, so I don't have evidence of that. But I would say that in their writing directly, if they use the wrong pronoun, that it would be. But there's no evidence. I don't have anything like that.
Do we need to take a vote on any verbiage change?
Great question, Chair Cornegas. You don't have to take a vote on anything other than Thursday afternoon confirming that you are in favor or not in favor of the standards as revised over the course of the 4 days. In the event you reach an impasse or want to move the discussion forward, you're welcome to take a vote at any point, as long as it's a clear question with a yes or no answer. So, would we like to use the word use in place of all instances of utilize? Yes, no. You're welcome to vote on that, but you certainly don't have to. Basically, 1, efficiency, 2, disagreement.
Was to take a record of those changes that we want to make.
And I am, but I think, to my understanding, the vote is primarily being used in moments of I don't want to say contention, but moments of divisiveness. And I feel like from thus far, we haven't really run into anything that I feel like we as a collective are kind of at loggerheads about. So
Okay.
I think we can vote if we get to a moment like that, but I think right now we're still in the midst of kind of the formative
Take
stage.
note that we're going to use.
Is that how we feel as a committee?
Anybody would like to arm wrestle me over use versus utilize?
Great question, Dr. Stout.
We have consensus on using use.
Great.
Okay.
So
Noted.
So that will not affect the 6-8 standards. That will affect the English 1 and 2 and English 3 and 4. Well, actually, I think it'll just affect English 1 and 2. So when we get to that particular moment, but I guess the decision that we have to make at this particular moment, if we're going to start with 6 here, is the question of pronouns. I think that is, we've had some discussion of that, and I guess I would like to just kind of hear from voices in the room about where people are standing currently on this discussion of whether we reintroduce the substandards from the old standards about pronouns, which was something that was recommended by the TDOE, or if we're going to stick to the edits that were made by the EAT that they spoke to earlier. Does anyone have any input on that, one way or the other?
Brittany.
I think that we should just go with the edit since it's not discussed in 5th grade. Is my microphone on? Okay.
And can you tell us what the edit says?
So it's right behind you right there. So if you look, you can see 6.L.CAE.1 demonstrate command of the conventions of academic English grammar and usage conventions. Substandard A, use dependent and independent clauses. Substandard B, when writing or speaking, use simple, compound, and complex sentences. So, and then I will personally say, I think at this point, I was of 2 minds. I think I'm leaning towards maintaining the EAT's recommendation here, especially now that I didn't notice it's my first pass through, but the fact that pronouns are absent in 5th grade foundational literacy standards, I think that kind of streamlines. I think if we reintroduced here at 6, that creates a little bit of a flaw in progression. If we're removing a concept and then returning it after a year off, I think that creates a little bit of a gap. So I think my standpoint at this moment is to maintain what the EAT is proposing.
That's going to be mastered.
I think that's a fair assumption, and I would
Consensus on that?
be happy to hear any other voices.
Yes.
Yes.
We have consensus.
Okay, then I think the last remaining question we have really about 6 is the question that Ms. Now has brought to our attention about currently it just uses the language of use. That is the primary verb for both substandards. Use dependent and independent clauses and then use simple, compound, and complex sentences. Do we feel that use and explain the function or explain the function of would be an improvement of these substandards?
And to be clear, I'm not asking to explain the function of. I agree with the terminology used there. I just, like I said, just for clarity.
Yeah.
And now I understand that terminology was based upon DOK level, so I understand that. So if we choose to later on address the usage of that terminology in other standards, that's fine. But I'm not advocating for that in this standard.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll not touch it.
So are we agreeing then that the 6 standard here should be kept?
Yes, I see that consensus.
Then we have done 1 standard.
How about that?
Many more to go.
Yes.
All right. And
Have a
then,
comment.
yeah.
I wanted to revisit.
You didn't stick.
Sorry. Okay, I wanted to revisit Ms. Noun's comment about voice. Is that in this pair of standards as well, or is
It
that
is.
later? Okay.
Yeah, it's in 8. It lived in the 8 standard previously, but it has been removed from the 8 standard. Would we like to have a conversation about 7 quickly and then move to 8 after that? Because I think 7 does not seem to, the only TDOE comment on 7 standard was considering changing the phrasing of use phrases and clauses as effectively placed modifiers into use phrases and clauses with effectively placed modifiers. If I would be curious to know if anyone from the EAT would like to speak to that suggested recommendation. If not, that's okay. So as it currently is written, it says use phrases and clauses as effectively placed modifiers. And then the TDOE recommended to change use phrases and clauses with effectively placed modifiers. I personally think that the substitution of with would be an effective change. Does anyone disagree with that? Okay, so this will be our first edit. So can we switch over to the spreadsheet? Just.
And you're going to redline that, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
mic on. Someone yell at me. Okay. First half is what's already been done by your predecessors. You only need the second half if you're making an edit, and the three most important columns are, I guess, two most important columns: revised standard and edit rationale and evidence.
So the edit I'm making, if you look in there, and I'm not sure, hopefully it's updating live, and you can see, yeah, it's just to change as to with within that standard. And the rationale, what would our rationale for that be? That the phrasing of phrases and clauses as modifiers seems like perhaps a bit of an advanced concept for the 7th grade level, that instead we're focused on the use of more conventional modifiers. Would that be?
It's clarity.
Clarity. Okay. Okay. That sounds good then.
That's all you need to say is clarity.
Yeah, I'll make a note, and then I'll formalize these rationales later when we have a little more time. I don't want to hold up as I'm writing out the rationale. And then also, I think it is worth, and this is something that would probably be caught in copy editing, but I can't help but notice that the word use is capitalized in the substandard A. So are we in consensus that we'd like to change that to a lowercase? Okay.
Vice Chair Hilliard, one note: you're welcome to use any of the tabs of the spreadsheet to take any additional notes. If there's like big decisions that y'all have made that you want consistency on, feel free to make this document your own.
Okay.
While Vice Chair Hilliard's doing that, members, this is your parking garage, and this is also your wish list. As we've spoken to, the 100-page document is our locus of control, but we have incredible dedicated folks helping us. If there's any requests, I will communicate those with the understanding that they are the requests. But it includes LEAs, Department of Education, textbook publishers, all of that good stuff.
Okay. So I just wrote lowercase u's in substandard A. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to draw our attention to in the 7 standard? Okay, then we will move to our conversation about the 8th grade standard. This is where the conversation, Dr. Stout, about voice. So if I think it might be useful if we look at the TDOE recommendations because they proposed substandards. So I think it would make sense if we are going to reintegrate this language, it would make sense to start from the basis of the language that the TDOE proposed. So I'll just read that language aloud. They're proposing 3 additional substandards, and we had a conversation about maybe not all of those substandards being added. Explain the function of verbals. Explain the function of the voice and mood of a verb and its application in text, and produce and use varied voice and mood of verbs. Does anyone want to speak to their thoughts on that?
Well, again, I had pondered whether the rationale behind the words effectively placed modifiers would also encompass verb or verbals in verb moods. But I wondered also if it would not be of benefit to add explicit language about active versus passive voice. Because to me, that would not necessarily fall under effectively placed modifiers. Again, that's how I read the standard.
I agree with that. Does anyone else want to speak to that?
I agree.
Okay. Are we in agreement that, yeah, go.
Oh, all right. Go ahead.
No.
I was one.
Okay. No, you.
So, sorry, I wanted this probably every time. So we're saying that we're wanting to eliminate the verbiage of verbals.
Are we all in agreement about verbals, that we don't feel like that needs to be present? Okay, I would agree.
I will say when I taught English to 9th grade, that was the worst lesson I ever taught. So.
Okay, so we're in consensus there. Are we in agreement that some language about voice and mood of verbs, or is it just voice? I'm hearing more conversation about voice. Yeah.
So mood for me seems like something that's a little bit more intuitive if you are a native English speaker. Um, Whereas, that might be an area for non-native speakers in their ELL class. But for voice, I feel like voice definitely needs to be somewhere. I always teach voice with my 8th graders anyway, but I could see it maybe being effective in like the 9th grade level just because they're getting to the kind of nitty gritty of writing at that point. So I guess my suggestion would either be to keep it or to move it up to the 9th grade level for voice. And then mood, I don't know that it's necessary, but I would love to hear other opinions.
Does anyone feel that mood should be present within?
I want to clarify what's meant by mood. I'm reading this as connotation versus denotation, but am I reading that incorrectly when I think of mood of verb?
I believe it's in reference to like the verb mood, like subjunctive mood or.
If you have a better explanation.
Is mood appropriate at this grade level? Or
Would-
should it be? at
Would
another
people like
grade
to
level?
speak to that?
Yes, I'll speak. So I feel like if we are teaching mood, it should be at a lower grade level. I think they do learn like types of sentences. What are imperative? I don't teach that part. Interrogative. It feels like that would fit more with that type of standard rather. This feels too late to me. Mood verb. It just seems we teach it in 8th grade when they're about to move on. 9th grade. That's my personal opinion. It should be lower.
So do we feel like verb mood should be returned to when we get to the foundational literacy standards then, rather than at this moment?
Perhaps, but I would definitely defer to my K-5 educators on that.
Anyone have anything to say on that?
Brittany?
I was going to say, we do not, in 5th grade, do not teach the types of sentences, but there are some, they are taught, so maybe teach it at that time would make more sense. I agree that it's probably too late. I mean, it's kind of weird to put it in an 8th grade standard.
Fine. Is voice being taught at that level?
The main thing in like in the lowercase is just kind of the introduction to the verb. In 4th grade, it's progressive verbs, and then we in 5th grade teach perfect tense verbs. So it's more about forming the correct and incorrect verb shifts in a sentence. That's the more focus.
Okay. I do think voice likely should be added. At least that's my perspective on this. If it's something we know is going to be tested on the ACT, I think it's worthwhile for us to integrate that into the progression. Do we feel like 8th grade is the right place for that?
Annie, you had an opinion.
I personally feel like it is a concept that might benefit at the high school level. But it's always nice when because I teach 8th and 9th grade. It's nice when 9th graders come with some of those skills already mastered, but I would say I've never had a class where I haven't had to teach active versus passive very thoroughly in 9th grade. So I'm not sure if it's something that if the purpose of it sinks in.
I guess I would echo 8th grade and 9th grade. I just think it's so important, especially when you talk about post-secondary, right? What they're going to do in college, what they're going to do in the workforce. We know one of the elements of styles is concision. We also know with the use of AI and assistive technology, it's doing more passive voice and active voice. And so I think trying to catch and teach that as an element of style early, I would love to introduce that in the 8th grade actually emphasize it in other grades, I think it's going to be more.
Thank you. Yes, dear.
I was looking back to the foundational literacy standards for exactly when any language was included that had anything to do with whatsoever with verb moods or moods in general. There was some mention of, imperative sentences, and I think in the first grade standard, and then in the K-5 standard, there is some mention of interrogatives. And so, of course, I'll defer to the experts about whether we include what we include in the foundational literacy standards as far as verb moods go. My question was because I don't recall being tested explicitly over verb moods in the middle grade band. So I did wonder about that, and moving on into the high school grade band.
Do we have any comments? Is this something that we should put in the parking lot, or are we ready to just say, let's add voice?
I would say let's add voice. I would say it should be in 8th and 9th. And I'm also wondering if we should be specific about active and passive voice, or am I losing something if we have that level of specificity?
And just to recap, if you have a recommendation on the standards guide, that's what would go on the wish list under the department.
Okay. I'm thinking it took you looking up on Google to find out what they meant by voice. So perhaps we better include it directly in the standard.
And it's not going to add a lot of verbiage. I mean, active and passive voice is not a lot of verbiage to add. So I don't feel like we're at the risk of becoming clunky by adding that language. So I would personally recommend, if we're going to include this language about voice, that we just that we specify active and passive voice.
All right. Would we like to agree with that recommendation? Okay. I see nods. I don't hear any dissent. All right, let's put that down as a red line.
Okay, so then how do we want to actually phrase? Because this is the first time we're adding a substandard, and it seems like we're deviating a bit from the recommendations here provided by the TDOE. So would we be adding 2 substandards like they have in the TDOE recommendations, or would we consolidate this into 1 substandard? They currently have explained the function of the voice and mood of a verb and its application in text, and then produce and use varied voice and mood of verbs. This language about producing and using is more in keeping with the kind of language that we have elsewhere in substandards.
I do wonder if explain the function of voice is important, because we typically tell students to avoid passive voice, but it is also a rhetorical choice. But is that something that's so important that we should include it in the standard? Or is that just something maybe a teacher just discusses? I'm not super committed to either, I don't think. But I want to throw out.
So in my head, this reads, if we were to go with a revision, explain the function of active and passive voice and the mood of the verb. To me, it's just that simple, but maybe I'm missing something.
I guess my what I'm trying to normalize is our language with other substandards, because we're using use and analyze phrases and clauses, produce simple, compound, complex, and compound, complex sentences. So I'm just trying to keep that language. We haven't used explain the function of anywhere else. So that's I'm just trying to keep that phrasing similar. So I suppose if we were going to maintain the verbiage that we've used elsewhere, we would say something along the lines of use and I guess it would be use and produce active and passive voice of verbs.
Vice Chair Hilliard, Nicole Moore may have a thought that could be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely.
The original standard up here in the document, is that our edits or is that the original standard? Okay.
Mhm.
If you go to the one we're currently using right now in the classroom, the edits you guys are trying to make are already there.
Okay.
So if you just go, it's literally the words that you guys are using. So it might make it simpler if you just copy and paste that.
Thank you. So I pulled that up, and we have when in the old standards, we have when reading or listening, explain the function of the voice, and then in parentheses, active and passive, and the mood of a verb and its application in text. And then when writing or speaking, produce and use varied voice and mood of verbs. So do we feel as though we should maintain the language of the old standard and simply remove the language about mood?
I agree on that.
It makes sense.
Does anyone feel differently?
What do we think about the latter part of that former substandard and its application in a text?
I don't feel as though that language is necessary. Do people disagree?
Are we still saying, would we say explain the function of active versus passive or active and passive voice, or are we keeping it exactly the same, explain the function of voice?
My reluctance about explain the function of is that that language was very common in the old 6 through 8 language standards, and the edits that the EAT has made has eliminated the use of that phrasing. So if we reintroduce that phrasing here, it will be not in keeping with the edits that have been made elsewhere.
What phrasing are you recommending
Yeah.
instead?
If what we are using, at least in the 6-8 band, is this language of use and produce. Those are the only 2 verbs we've used in the substandards. So it seems to be in keeping with that, at least in my estimation, to say something along the lines of when reading or listening, well, I guess we would need to eliminate the language about when reading or listening because it wouldn't make sense to use and produce. Do we need to find, I mean, what is the distinction between use and produce? Is there a distinction to be made between using and producing?
Is produce relative to the written, i.e. a production of something?
That it seems to me, but it seems to me that using encapsulates producing. So, but I don't think we just want students to use active and passive voice. I think we're also asking them to identify active and passive voice.
Did you have a comment on that?
I was just going to say, I'm the K-5 chair. In K-5, foundational literacy, we have when speaking, and then we have when writing. That's how we distinguished.
I see.
So that's probably what they were thinking, but I'm not sure.
So I just want to make sure that we're kind of moving towards a decision point. I think the conversation is, are we going to say explain the function of, or if is there another way we want to phrase that is more consistent with the language that's found in the rest of the standards? Am I tracking?
Yes.
Teachers, am I tracking? All right.
You,
All right, and then I would say however we explain it, do I think it's important that students can articulate how active voice and passive voice impact the text? Yes. I think it is important that by 8th grade and beyond, students are able to articulate how active voice and passive voice impact a text.
My good. Yes.
yes. The language that is used in the 9 through 12 standards in lieu of explain the function of is analyze. How would we feel about the language of analyze? Use and analyze being our verbs here. Does anyone feel that that would be inappropriate? Okay.
I think that falls along with the DOK too.
So could you speak again, what was the exact language used in K through 5? You said when writing and...
When speaking and when writing.
Okay. So would we phrase this then, I guess in the other substandards here, we're using when writing or speaking, so we should keep with that. The new substandard would be, let me actually start writing it. When writing or speaking, use and analyze active and passive voice. Or do we want to say, and like it says in the original standard, it said function of voice, in parentheses, active and passive. Do we want to say active and passive voice, or do we want to say voice and then have a parentheses that says active and passive? Okay.
I don't think parentheses is needed.
I'm always going to go for the fewest number of words. Just
Okay.
letting you know, that's my bias.
Sure.
I would like to say for the parking lot, I don't think this is a discussion for now.
Mhm.
I would like to see us repeat that same standard for 9th grade.
We have a chart for the parking lot.
And we'll be moving to the 9th grade standard immediately after this. So
Okay.
we'll shift immediately into that conversation. So what I've got written right now is when writing or speaking, use and analyze active and passive voice. Do we need to specify some of verbs? Use and, do we just think it's fine as is? Okay, so we have substandard C, when writing or speaking, use and analyze active and passive voice. Do we feel good on that? Okay, then it's done.
Okay, everybody, good with that? All right.
Then we are on to 9-10.
And we don't even need the parking lot because we're going right
We're
into
head,
it.
we are in the parking lot. Oh, you're fine. The 9-10 standard has a lot of the same language up top, and then substandards about when writing or speaking, utilize and analyze effective phrases and clauses to convey specific meaning and add variety and interest in one's own writing. And then substandard B, when writing or speaking, identify and utilize parallel structure. I don't see that the TDOE had any feedback on this particular standard. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at 6 through 8, yes.
Something that might be helpful as you're doing your corrections is, at least for 6 through 8, I went through and I copy and pasted in one column exactly what TDOE recommended as it's written, if that's helpful for you. But their comment is, in substandard A, please consider adding or presentation at the end. It currently has writing, but this doesn't encompass the speaking element.
How do we feel about that
It does,
recommendation?
but it
It,
doesn't.
it says writing at the, it says speaking at the beginning of the standard, so that would make sense if we're going to follow along in the type of production expected.
Do we feel as if this language in one's own writing is necessary? Is that not implied with A's beginning when writing or speaking?
I would say it's implied.
I agree.
So should we
Yeah.
just remove the language about in one's own writing?
Mhm.
That's how I feel. Are we in agreement there? I don't want to move too quickly.
Yes,
I feel like,
mark it down.
okay, it's getting marked. And do we feel as if the language otherwise is correct? I will say there is a semicolon at the conclusion of the primary standard, the parent standard, I believe is what that's called, below, ahead of the substandard. we use periods elsewhere. So do we want to edit that semicolon to a period?
Yes.
Did you already mention utilize versus use in the standard?
Oh, yeah. Do we want to make that change as well?
What's that?
Do we want to make that change as well to change utilize to use consistently?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Is the wordage in sorry, this is Nicole Moore, sixth grade ELA chair, or what?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. The sixth grade, does it say when speaking and writing?
We were having a discussion back here. It looks like for 8A, it doesn't have when reading or listening, when speaking or writing, but everything else does. And so just for uniformity, parallel structure, wanted to see if that needed something there.
Yeah,
And 8, 6 and 8.
Yeah, good catch. Do we want to add for substandard A on 6 and 8 when reading? Well, some places we're using when writing or speaking, and then other times we're using when reading or listening. Which I guess those are distinct things.
Well, are we looking at them as like when reading or listening, and then it follows that after reading or listening, then you're writing or speaking? Is that,
That
we're
does
looking at
seem
that
to be-
sequentially?
Right.
So if we're going to include that language, then it needs to be intentional in that order elsewhere.
So do we want to add the language of when reading or listening to substandard A in 6 and 8 to keep it in consistency with 7, or do we want to alter 7 so that it is brought into alignment with 6 and 8?
8A, we have use and analyze. Use would be writing or speaking, but then that analyze would be reading or listening. So I feel like that's why it got dropped. So
Yeah, and it wouldn't make sense in 6A to add when reading or listening because it says use dependent and independent clauses. And you wouldn't use that when listening.
this might be controversial, but do we need the when writing, when speaking, when listening? Is that necessary, or is that
Be
implied through the
understood,
verbs?
but
I feel as though it's implied. Do other people agree? Do
I
people
do.
feel as if this language is important?
I think, and she's poised to speak, that you made the point that it's used in 5th grade, it's
Right.
there in 8th grade, and we kind of skipped it in 6th. So I think we were just trying to be consistent.
Trying to be consistent, and then going back to some of the discussion you've had when you talk about the word use, if it's productive speech, for 7A, it says when reading or listening, that's more receptive than productive. And so there may be some confusion there as well. So it could be worth taking out, or it could be worth changing somehow to make it more consistent from 6 through 8.
It's also used K through 5. When speaking, when writing.
To me, the easiest alteration here, that may not necessarily be the best, would be to just simply remove the language of when reading or listening from substandard A of 7.
I'm wondering if it's necessary in K through 5 due to the nature of their level where they're still learning how to speak, really, in a lot of ways. I mean, they know how to speak, but how to construct spoken sentences in proper academic English. So I wonder if that's part of the reason it's in K through 5. I'm just not totally sold on if it's necessary for 6 through 12. I'm not married to either idea, but that's just a thought.
I'm not married to either idea either. So does anyone have a strong feeling about this particular issue? How do we feel about simply deleting when reading or listening from substandard A of 7 to bring it into consistency with 6 and 8?
I agree.
I agree.
So then I will remove the edit about lowercasing used because now it does need to be capitalized. Okay. It's probably worth then, because if we look at substandard A of English 1 and 2 that we were looking at, It says when writing or speaking, utilize and analyze. If we're talking about when they're reading, if reading is to be encapsulated within that, if that's where the analysis of effective phrases and clauses is coming in, then that's not currently entailed because of when writing or speaking. We're just specifying when they're writing or speaking, not when they're reading. So do we feel like that language should be eliminated in substandard A of English 1 and 2 as well, or should we use some sort of other terminology there?
Why would you do that?
Because if we're, to me, and this is open, I think, to some interpretation, the word analyze is being used in lieu of explain the function of. It's being used to imply that students are reading other texts and examining their use of effective phrases and clauses. But because of that opening phrase there, when writing or speaking, we're eliminating reading from this particular skill.
It's written as if they're analyzing their own writing or speech.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that was intentional or if it's just kind of a oversight.
And it's in the standard itself before you get to the substandards about English speaking.
So are we not, then we don't want to, we are not, this is outside the purview then of the standard to include reading then?
I think so.
Okay. So.
Oh, we have a hand in the back.
Yes. Hi, Tammy Marlowe. I was the head of the 912 group. We intentionally did writing and speaking here because we would address the reading in the reading informational standards. That was our thought.
Okay.
Feel free to do what you need, but that I just wanted to explain where that came from.
Thank you.
Then do we feel as though then that language of when writing or speaking should just remain then? Okay. Then I suppose the only additional edit we would need to make is as our consistent choice to use rather than utilize. Okay. So we have deleted in one's own writing from substandard A. We have changed the semicolon at the end of the parent standard to period, and we have to a period, and we have placed utilize with use. Does anyone else feel as though there's anything else that needs to happen to the standard?
Is this where we were wanting to add
Oh,
the
yes, the
active
voice.
and passive voice?
Right. Do we want to use the exact same verbiage that we used in 8th?
Yes.
I want to hear if there are alternative opinions. I just think this is such an important concept. And I know there are a lot of things that we do have repeating in multiple grades. I think this is one worth repeating in multiple grades, but I hate to add to teachers' plates. So if there is some pushback, I definitely want to hear that.
In other words, how would you scaffold this skill of teaching active and passive voice 8th grade to 9th grade? What additional complexity would you add to that task?
I think it primarily serves a functional purpose. I mean, if active and passive voice is going to be on the ACT, if students are tasked with taking the ACT their junior year of high school, if they have not been exposed to active and passive voice since 8th grade, and that was the only moment in which they were introduced to it, I think there's value in adding that to the 9th and 10th grade level as well.
I think the scaffolding might already be there because in 8th grade standard says demonstrate command of, in the 9th grade and says demonstrate proficient use of. So if we're adding active and passive voice, then proficient is more rigorous than command.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay.
That is in the language of the old standards, but it's not in this language we've added ourselves. Our language around passive voice was just when writing or speaking, use and analyze active and passive voice.
It's in the main standard, I think is what she's
Right.
talking about, like
okay.
demonstrate command and then
apologize. Yeah.
provision.
Okay, yeah, I apologize. Then we just,
Is that, I mean, is that
that makes sense to me.
agreed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So just add the exact same language to 9-10 then? Okay.
What about the verb identify for substandard B? We haven't used that elsewhere. It's been explain the function of
To me,
to encompass, analyze, and or
Yeah.
identify.
Identify seems to kind of push towards this conversation about reading versus speaking and writing. So I personally think deleting identify and would probably be an effective revision there. Does anyone have an opposing perspective?
We have a hand in the back.
Hi, Tammy Marlowe, Chair of the 912 Department. The reason we put identify in, this is the first time parallel structure is addressed. So when you're, in our opinion, when you were introducing something, you had to identify it, then move to using it and analyzing it.
Makes sense.
So if that's the case, then should we alter the language of the 8th grade standard to say identify and use, and then the 9th and 10th grade standards to use and analyze to demonstrate that progression?
Voice, for the voices.
Or voice, yes. Oh, yes, we
No,
are.
we will-
Sorry, I apologize. But we are adding active voice in these 2 places as well. So do we feel as if that would be a trajectory? I unintentionally stumbled into that. I'm sorry.
Well, I agree with that. Her point. If you are just first introducing the parallel structure, that's the first time that they've seen it. Obviously, you'd want them to identify it first. So then, I'm also in agreement with Lucas that when we edited the 8th grade, instead of saying use and analyze, maybe we should put identify and analyze the voices, and then in the 9th and 10th, use the verbiage use and analyze.
So would that be kind of our way of progressing? Would be saying when a concept is introduced, we say identify and use, and then when it's reiterated upon, we then say use and analyze as a way of progressing? Does that?
I think so.
Yeah, I think we're making a habit of not reiterating those things that have been mastered.
Mhm.
So the identification's been mastered.
Then you move on. For
Okay.
the DOK, that kind of brings in that as well.
Okay. So then if I'm hearing this correctly, we would need to go back and change the substandard of 8 to when writing or speaking, identify and use active and passive voice. Keep use and analyze active and passive voice in 910. Then we would edit we would essentially leave 1 and 2 substandard B the same. It would just say identify and use, and then we would add an additional substandard to 3 and 4, English 3 and English 4, with use and analyze.
Mhm.
Is that how people feel?
Yes.
Yes.
Does anyone want to challenge that?
I would just ask if that's parallel with our experts in the back and what's been done previously.
That work for you?
Nicole Moore, ELA Chair. As far as, I'm fine with everything you guys are saying as far as 6th through 8th grade. My content is not 9 through 12, but it looks like it's progressing the way it looks good to me.
Tammy Marlowe, 9 through 12 Chair. My only comment, nothing about what you've changed, but if we add an A to English 3, English 4, we need to add a B at least, so it's parallel. That's my only comment.
Can I ask you as the 912 chair? And I'm just super sensitive about adding anything. Are you comfortable with us adding the active passive voice in 9th grade as well?
I am fine with it. In the way we read the standards and the way that we read them in the room that day, the final standard should almost mirror the cornerstone. We should be as close as possible. And that's the reason we didn't put A, B's, and C's. It should encapsulate everything they have done. But with new teachers, you may need to delineate that. So if you needed to add an A, just give me a B.
No, just again, any of those progressions will also be outlined in detail in the standards guides. So kind of whatever you feel like is a fair progression to put in the standard itself, we will really elaborate on that in the standards guides as a resource for teachers. So just as a reminder for that.
So where do we stand?
Well, we like A, but we don't want to add words just to come up with words for a B.
All decisions are at the discretion of the committee. I also wanted to give you a quick time check. Lunch will be ready in about 50 minutes.
Did you say 5-0 or 1-5?
5:00. At 12, we'll have lunch. It's 11 now, so 49 minutes. And you still have some time after lunch to do language within the current pacing guide. So if you don't finish in the next 49 minutes, that's okay too.
We are moving quite slow though, so we should probably pick up the pace.
I think our EAT chairs can tell you the first one's always the hardest. When people get tired, then,
Okay.
We are identifying and using, and then we will go to analyzing, okay? We're scaffolding too.
Are we okay to just stay with the A for right now?
And so we would have a substandard A with no substandard B for
right now.
3 and 4. There was some pushback on that from the EAT chair.
If we want to rethink it later, maybe something will come to us.
While we're eating lunch.
Okay, then I will change that language to identify and use for 1 and 2. And then add use and analyze active and passive voice as substandard A for 3 and 4. Yes. Does anyone else have anything to add there?
And then you need
Anyone?
to edit
Nothing to add?
grade 8. It says use and analyze.
Right.
What are we going to next? Vocabulary acquisition or?
Sorry, I'm just making this edit.
You're doing great, Vice Chair Hilliard. As is all the members, I appreciate all the consistency comments because that helps everyone be well now and going forward. Would it be helpful to move back to the slides or stay in the spreadsheet? I don't have any strong preferences. I just want to keep up with y'all. You're doing a great job.
This is helpful.
Okay.
All good with the spreadsheet? I'll just keep it rolling.
Okay. Then I suppose we are ready to move to LCAE.2 and that progression. Let's see.
Page 22. Oh, you're looking in that. Okay. I gotcha.
For 6 through 8, the TDOE had this comment: the wording of the standards at these levels only includes guidance for students to explain the function of X. Please consider adding language such as "and use correctly" or "demonstrate understanding of" to explicitly indicate that students are not only expected to explain what punctuation is for, but rather also to demonstrate how to use it correctly. So we might be able to, so where it says, when reading or writing, explain the functions of commas, including combining clauses, we would then therefore add some language about using commas correctly.
Did you have a question or a comment?
Oh, I was looking at my.
do we feel as though we need to add this language about using rather than just explaining the function of?
How about our middle school folks?
Yes, because we have elsewhere.
Another suggestion from the TDOE was potentially using demonstrate understanding of, which to me kind of encapsulates both. I don't know if I'm incorrectly, but demonstrate understanding of apply to me a conceptual understanding as well. Use it just for, I guess, concision. That would be preferable.
In the earlier part of these standards, we say demonstrate command of the conventions of academic English capitalization and punctuation. Could we repeat that phrasing? Demonstrate command of?
Do we need to? Twice?
It would be clunky. Could we combine, I mean, I wouldn't think we'd want to combine it into one sentence though, because that would get a little verbose.
Maybe I should clarify. So demonstrate command of the conventions of academic English capitalization and punctuation. Reading or writing, demonstrate understanding of commas, including.
Right.
That or correctly. I don't really have a preference for either, but it's just maybe a little more nice.
Does anyone have a strong preference on the verbiage used
You
there?
can say that one more time, the second part.
So TDOE recommended either and use correctly, explain the function of and use correctly, or when reading or writing, demonstrate understanding of commas, including combining clauses.
So do we want to say demonstrate understanding of in lieu of explain?
I think explain indicates that you understand it
Okay.
and you can then also verbalize it or in either a written or spoken manner. So I think.
Yes, I do feel like it's a little like it seems to imply when writing, if we're saying explain the functions of commas, it means that it almost feels like we're doing a kind of analysis of the choice of a comma rather than like truly just using the comma correctly. If we say explain the function of. How do we feel? Would you like to, Ms. Baird?
Read what you think it should be again.
I think I'm in kind of in concurrence with what Ms. Dockery was saying, which is something along the lines of when reading or writing, demonstrate understanding of commas, including combining clauses, or demonstrate understanding of the functions of commas, including combining clauses. And then in 7, it would be when reading or writing, demonstrate understanding of the functions of colons. And then for 8, it would be when reading or writing, demonstrate understanding of the functions of semicolons and dashes. Do we feel as if this language about explaining is better in some way?
Anyone?
I prefer the understanding, what you mentioned.
Okay.
We have a comment in the back. Please, we really want to hear your voices. I don't want to speak for the committee, but I think we all benefit from hearing other
Yes.
voices. So I'm going to read your faces the whole day.
So Nicole Moore, my subtitles are all over my face. I agree with the proposed change that you're making. Explain is not, I think it needs to be a little bit more like when reading and writing or however you worded it. But I definitely do agree that the word explain needs to be changed.
That's enough for
Okay.
me.
So do we feel as if demonstrate understanding of would be the correct change?
Yes.
Okay, then I will.
I believe the expert has spoken, so yes.
And is that something we want to do consistently across 6 through 8? Okay, then I will go ahead and make that change.
Clarity and consistency.
Do we feel anything else needs to change across 6 through 8? These standards look very similar, with the one change being commas in 6, colons in 7, and semicolons and dashes in 8.
Sorry, I'm being very difficult, but this is the one I have the most opinions about.
Okay.
So I think I'll calm down after this one. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're fine.
Okay, so looking at some survey feedback that I agreed with is personally, as someone who teaches 8th and 9th, if my kids come to me and just have a solid understanding of commas in 9th grade, I am happy. I can teach them colons, semicolons, dashes, all of that. And so in some of the survey, it mentioned like too much too early for 6th through 8th. I think my one concern about, and I'm all speaking hypotheticals here, but in eliminating them is I think they should be able to identify them, understand their function, but maybe not have command of them and be tested on semicolons and colons until later grades is my thought. I love how K through 5 has very well, and the 6th grade has very specifics about what they want them to do with commas, like including combining clauses or mentions the lists in K5 standards. And so as I don't know, for me, when I look at, okay, like they were before, especially, okay, I got to teach everything. In 8th grade, that's what it is, basically. So commas, colons, semicolons, and dashes. And I don't know that they're going to truly, I guess that's the master of none concern I have, is if we just a little bit more on commas in the lower grades and introduce some of those other things higher, or just maybe a little bit more selective. Like I feel like semicolons are a little bit easier to understand than colons, so maybe even switching out semicolons versus colons. But I'd like to hear other people's perspectives who've taught these grades.
Yeah, I'd like to build on that. I did wonder about the progression, because the former 6th grade standard said, explain the functions of commas, parentheses, and dashes to set off parenthetical elements, and of course, in addition to understanding the other uses. But now it's limited to explain the functions of commas, including combining clauses, which is sufficient to me, and then colons, and then semicolons and dashes. And so I was just curious as to the rationale behind grouping semicolons and dashes as opposed to maybe colons and dashes if we're going to group them together. And then, of course, progressing into the high school standards, semicolons, colons, and or dashes, that makes sense. And I hear Ms. Dockery's point of view on that as well. So again, I was just curious as to some of the rationale there.
Would anyone from EATU like to speak to that?
Nicole Moore, middle school chair. I know it was a conversation with which direction to go, semicolons or colons first. I don't think anybody was married to the decision. It was just whether or not you enjoy teaching one over the other. So honestly, I think if an 8th grade teacher knows I'm only supposed to teach, not only, but if I am required to make sure that students are mastering colons or semicolons, it doesn't matter as long as there's something direct in there. So change it however.
I feel as though the introduction of semicolons prior to colons makes more logical sense in my mind when I teach my students, because I teach sophomores, but I still introduce a lot of these concepts because they don't come to me knowing them. I think I start with semicolons and then progress into colons and then progress into dashes. So that would be in keeping with my classroom, but I understand mine is one classroom.
To me, it feels like colons and dashes are a conversation that go together in introducing lists. I know that's not the only function, but I think that's one of the primary functions. So I would pair those together.
I agree with Dr. Stout. So how would we want that to, because we kind of had two conversations here, a conversation of do we want them to just focus on commas at the middle grades, or do we want to just maintain the focus on commas in 6th grade and then shift colons to 8th grade and semicolons down to 7th? Those seem like two different decisions that have both been proposed. And how do we feel about that? I personally, just my opinion here, but this is not something I'm married to, so I'm very open to being persuaded. I feel as though an entire focus on just commas across the middle grades would be a little overextensive. So I think introducing these concepts, now obviously we're going to continue to iterate on them in 1 and 2, in English 1 and 2, because they do appear again. But because we've got that language about semicolons, colons, and or dashes, I think it would make some sense to introduce these conceptually in the middle grades before we get to the high grades and ask students to kind of master their understanding. Does anyone disagree with that? So do we want to then alter the 7th grade standard to focus on semicolons and the 8th grade standards to focus on colons and dashes? Okay, then I will make that edit.
When we say dashes, are we referring to M dashes?
Do we want to be, I mean, I would think so. I mean, I talk to my students about N dashes, but I don't, it mostly just helps them so they can be pedantic with people.
Yeah, I think
Are we talking about the Oxford comma or?
I feel like maybe some specificity.
Do we want to specify M dash?
I've been confused when I looked at the standard. Are they really talking about a hyphen here? Are we talking about M dash, M dash?
In some of the TDOE, it was referred to as the M dash. So that might be something that we want to consider.
I mean, I love talking to my, you said you don't like teaching grammar. I love teaching grammar. It's like my favorite thing to teach. So I would love to have that specificity of M dash if we feel like that is an appropriate decision to make. But do we want students to be expected to know the difference between an N dash and an M dash? And if so, do we want them to be able to utilize just one effectively or both effectively? Do we want to differentiate between a hyphen and a dash?
My only comment is if we go to the level of specifying N dash and having them call it that, are we going to be causing unnecessary problems for lower students? That's my only question. The ones who don't have the background they need. Do we try to get them there? Of course, but can we always?
I think I'm looking more for the clarity for teachers personally. So, I mean, perhaps that is an standards guides, perhaps, or a glossary entry or something. But just for me, that's always been confusing of what are they expecting me to teach? Is it a true M dash, N dash, or?
I also would like to zoom out to 2030. Remembering that these standards are written for 2030, right? I believe more and more over time when you look at usage, dash is meaning the longer dash and the shorter one is becoming the hyphen. And if we zoom out to 2030, I think that kind of distinction will be more and more common, but that is the way the language is trending. Will we be there completely by 2030? I don't know, but if I had a crystal ball and you guys come find me in 2030 and see if I'm right, I bet we would be there where we're just calling the shorter one just the hyphen.
Well, and if we're going to specify at that level, then we have not also specified uses of semicolons to separate various lists, for example, or interrelated clauses, and we haven't specified the uses of colons, to set off a list and or to separate clauses and all the other uses. So if we're going to do one, then I would think we would need to do all. So should we just use the broader encompassing term now, dashes, and have that separation introduced later as necessary, I suppose, is my question.
Can I ask a question about the guides? Will they be updated in real time, like in 2029, if we feel like, hey, language has changed a bit, we need to like specify this versus that? Or does that have to be finalized in 2025 as well?
So the standards guides themselves would follow whatever the standards set, right? So once those are in place, then we will go through the revision process of looking through the standards and making sure that we're spelling out everything that standard means for teachers. Am I answering your question?
I guess what I'm asking, let me try to clarify. Language evolves and shifts, and is actually shifting and evolving faster. So if there is something we're saying today in 2025 that has evolved by 2029,
Right.
would that be a place where it can be clarified?
Absolutely. Yes, sorry, I didn't catch the question on the front end. Yeah.
I think given the breadth of work that we need to do here, I think for the sake of time, we probably should just stick with the language of dashes. Does everyone agree with that? Okay.
Yep.
So the edit then will be to switch the location of colons and semicolons. Okay. Anything else on 6.8 for this? Okay. Then we just need to look at 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 for CAE.2. See if TDOE had anything for us. Does not seem that TDOE had any comments on this particular standards, on these standards for the high school grades. Does anyone have anything they would like to suggest for these standards? We're looking at E1 and 2, LCAE2. So demonstrate command of the conventions of academic English capitalization, punctuation, and spelling when writing, when reading and writing. Demonstrate understanding of the functions of semicolons, colons, and or dashes to separate related ideas. Write and edit work so that it conforms to a style guide appropriate to the discipline and writing type.
That sound good to you?
Then let's,
High school
are we content to keep it?
says okay.
Okay. And then I'll quickly read the 3-4 and we can see if there's anything. Demonstrate command of the conventions of academic English capitalization, punctuation, and spelling when writing. When reading and writing, demonstrate understanding of overall punctuation to enhance sentence style, to support the content of the sentence. Write and edit work so that it conforms to a style guide appropriate for the discipline and writing type. Anything there? Okay. Then we can move to L.VAU.3.
Moving right along. We got about 15 minutes left, Coach.
I believe
Okay.
this is okay.
15 to 35. I just checked. The food is not here yet.
TDOE did have comments on this set of standards. They said in grades K through 5 and 9 through 12, the standard includes an additional substandard wherein students consult general and specialized reference materials to determine the pronunciation and precise meaning of words and phrases. Note that this phrase is included in the cornerstone standard as well. Please considering adding the following to grades 6 through 8 for appropriate vertical alignment. And their proposed standard is C, consult reference materials, print or digital, to locate information such as spelling and pronunciation or to clarify the precise meaning.
Using a dictionary.
I suppose, yes. If it's in 9 through 12 and it's in K through 5, I definitely think it should be 6 through 8. If we're going to have a broader conversation about whether it should be at those other levels, then we can have that broader conversation. But I think if it's going to stay at both early grades and high school, then I think it needs to be in the middle grades as well.
Agreed? Yes, okay.
Mhm. So do we want to add exactly as TDO we recommended?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what we pay them for.
Is there anything else on the 6 through 8 band of this standard that we would like to discuss? While I'm typing out the edits.
There, yes, I am. No, you,
I'm sorry. I was going to say, this is the one that had the conversation, I think, in the lower grades and in this one, where this one is talking about vocabulary. And then the next one that we will get to is the figurative language. And then the next one goes back to vocabulary. So I just wanted to bring that up.
I think that's a conversation we'll definitely have with, I believe it's 5, where we get into, is it standard 5? Am I right on that? That gets into figurative and connotative meaning.
Yes, it's the standard effort.
Oh, it's 4. Okay,
And then
sorry
the
then.
next one goes back to those.
Okay. So yeah, I think it's just, that's a conversation we'll probably have more when we get into those kinds of meaning. I feel like there's more bleed over here. I don't see, at least personally, I don't see suggestions of interpreting figurative or connotative meaning in this particular standard as it's currently written.
I just want to, this is not a direct revision, but it was a thought that I had as while reading, and I think this is really, I had this thought when I was reading 11-12.LCSE.1, but I think it pertains to here as well. There was a space in there where the word contested was used. And here is what I wrote on that note, and I'm just introducing this thought for us to think about as we talk about language and vocabulary. Replacing contested with creative refrains the standard from a conversation about conflict to one about innovation, reflecting how young people are driving language change in the digital age. Additionally, should we introduce this concept of linguistic evolution earlier in the standards before 11th grade? Doing so could boost student engagement and interest by validating their roles as preteens and teens as drivers of language.
I think those are strong recommendations. Do you see a spot in these particular standards where that would be?
No,
Okay.
I'm just muddying the water.
On 7, I think it needs to also like the spacing, like A, B, C, like it's almost written like paragraph style. And on the other ones, like it's inner has been included. Does that make sense? 7 LVA U3.
Oh, you're talking about like the formatting for 7.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. I don't know if
Is that something that would be within our purview or, okay.
And I believe the department or the EA teacher, somebody has flagged that sometimes we use ABC, sometimes we use like Roman numerals. I've tried to catch it as much as possible when I was putting it out for a survey, but welcome any and all of that feedback.
From what I saw, we always use letters for the initial set of substandards, and then if we have substandards, we shift to Roman numeral, I believe. So I guess what would I just formatting? I'm not exactly sure how to phrase that for the suggested change.
Use
list.
A through C.
List style rather than paragraph style.
Yeah, that sounds great. Most important thing is the what is it? Revised standard. And you probably know this, Lucas, but you should be able to, I think it's option, might be different on a Mac to get the rows.
Yeah. Okay. And that's only something we see present in 7, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's also a moment in 7 where it says see appendix. Do we know what that's in reference to?
Nicole Moore, ELA. What am I supposed to say again? All right. The reason why we put C appendix was because we wanted the root words to be in the appendix. So we had specifics. So teachers weren't just teaching every root word out there. We were being direct with that. And I believe it was added into the appendix if you go and look for it. And that was just one of those references that we wanted to put in there, like essentially if this was an electronic document, they would be able to click the C appendix and it would take them directly to the root words is what we were getting at with that.
Thanks, Nicole. And that's definitely on the table, whether that's the table of contents or specific things, if that's the will of this committee. If I remember correctly, is that one of the new proposals, Nicole? I think it's in progress on the TDOE wish list, if I remember correctly. We wanted to we didn't want to make any assumptions about the will of this committee. So if that's something you'd like to continue, that's something we can work on in partnership. But if not, we will.
Yeah, that was one question I had because there were several pieces of public feedback regarding, wishes for or lists of words for specific standards in this one too. So I did wonder if that was something that could be added in that case. So that would be great.
Great question. So essentially, if this committee, including the leadership team or the EAT chairs, would like to draft something and it's within the appendix, that's your full discretion to word it down to the comma of your preference. If for whatever reason the committee doesn't have the time or feel that they have the expertise, they can make a request of the state board and the department to try and work on it, with the understanding that the Department of Education is an independent body and may or may not have capacity to do it. So, but if you do it here and now and it's in the appendix, we're done.
Is the proposal for I guess, words or root words by grade level, or is it just like a general, here's roots we should teach in general at some point?
Nicole Moore. This was per grade level. So if you notice, like on B, it says use common grade appropriate roots. Obviously, they would progress with different levels. So I don't believe in our mind we were thinking here's a group of middle school root words, but it was grade specific in our mind.
The standard says grade appropriate.
Yeah.
So it would be specific to each grade level.
So when you went to the appendix, you would see, okay, as a sixth grade teacher, I need to teach these 10 root words essentially. And then seventh grade, you would have 10 additional ones and so forth.
Thank you.
Is that something we feel would be best housed within the appendix versus the standards guide? Okay.
Well, just for practical use, if you're getting ready and lesson planning that day, are you going to go to the standards guides? You're going to look up the standard. Can you hit that appendix hyperlink and find those roots that easier than in the standards guide? But what are you going to be using as a teacher?
I know in the 5th grade, like it specifically says, like we teach the Latin and Greek. So we know specifically which ones to teach. So, and it says it in the standard.
I just, I can definitely understand the value within an appendix. I worry a little bit about appendix bloat if we keep adding things to the appendix, and I think we want to make sure that this standards guide is a tool that teachers are using more frequently. I think that's something we're trying to.
This is Banks Lyons. Yes, it is. Those guides are certainly determined to be used in planning sessions. So we explicitly give guidance around their use in like lesson planning sessions. So they would. The expectation is that they're on the table so as a resource. So it would be there, presumably, right, for them to use to answer your question.
So we may want to reference both of them, the appendix and the name of that?
The standards.
Standard.
Would we want to have the same content in two different places?
As a teacher in 5th grade and 6th, 7th, 8th, it's appropriate in the standards as well as the appendix. The same language.
Yeah, I hear your point about bloat. I think in the digital age, most people aren't printing this out. They're going to do Control F to find what they need, and I don't see the harm in having it in both places. I think if it's so important that they have specified like these particular roots, right? Then let's make sure that our educators can find it in as many places as possible.
All right. Then I suppose we just need to decide on if we're going to, are we going to have references to the appendix within the language of the standards? Because currently we do in 7, but we don't in 6 and 8. And then the language within 7 just says star C appendix.
I wanted to ask a clarifying question because I would want to avoid us adding lists off the cuff and further convoluting anything. Is the challenge in this in the standards guide later, that it might not actually line up with what we do. Is that what I was hearing was the challenge there when we talked about this here just a minute ago?
Department of Education, feel free to jump in. My understanding is that, you will pass, these standards will be voted on 2 readings, presumably will be passed on final reading May of 2026. And then from there, the department sort of takes it and runs with it in alignment of those standards. In my mind, the first challenge that comes along is sort of the delay. But as you know, we've intentionally built out this process so we're not passing standards in May 2026 and asking educators to implement them in August 2026. So one note from our perspective is your standards that are being voted on by the State Board of Education. If you were to continue the proposal from the EAT chairs, it would say standards guides forthcoming, and then we would update those hyperlinks accordingly. So timing comes to my mind as one challenge, but again, the standards, to folks' previous points, won't be implemented until 2029, 2030. But I'd have to defer to the department on their initial plans for timelines. Banks, what am I missing? And Kim?
So you can't answer that? How long after the standards are approved will you have the standards guides ready for teachers to use?
As quickly as possible, for sure. And I think it would be certainly one of those things that by the time that they are implemented in the classroom, or even, as far ahead of time as we can, we get those prepared.
Okay,
For
so
sure.
that's not a problem. It'll be ready.
Yes.
Okay.
Should I have just said that, Larry?
Yes, that's what we wanted to know.
I'm pulling up this is in your folder as well, and we've gone over it in your initial calls, but this is the timeline that I'm referencing. So let's see, we're looking at ELA. We started in summer 2024, so about halfway down the document. Final reading, we're looking now more at May 2026, although that's not confirmed. So from 2027 until 2029, that's when the department, textbook publishers, textbook commission, that's when everybody's taking your standards and running with them.
So we can put a hyperlink for both of those.
I suppose that would be within our purview.
Extremely useful.
But where is that hyperlink appearing? Is that going to appear within the
appendix and standards guide? See appendix and standards
So,
guide.
but what language are we going to put? Because we need to decide on the actual standard right now. Are we going to have language about seeing the appendix within the actual standard?
Yeah, I think so. Because we're not specifying all the affixes and prefixes and roots.
I will say this does not seem to be completely in keeping with our decisions elsewhere. We don't seem to have a lot of references to the appendix within the actual language of the standard. So this would be a change from our traditional approach.
I would agree.
Or you
But I
agree?
think it may be a necessary change because otherwise then you're going to have to go into a lot of specificity here.
Okay. Then that's just something we'll need to be attentive to as we move into especially the
Personal
appendix.
opinion.
And if we add it to 7, then we would need to add it to 6 and 8.
And do we want to keep the star C appendix approach, or do we want to use some other type of
I don't know if we need a star in the digital age.
Yeah.
I think we could remove the star, but see appendix hyperlink.
would we want that in a parenthesis, or would that?
Parenthesis, see appendix and standards guide.
One thought, it sounds like there's some ends we want to tie at some point. That could be something good to put in your parking garage for when it comes time to look at the appendix. Could also be, I think Ms. Now asked a good question about timing. You could also reference that in some of the introduction or other pieces to just let folks know. Obviously, we'll communicate when we present the standards, but for that lag time, putting that language somewhere of why something isn't hyperlinked could be helpful for public transparency.
Just making this edit. Is there anything else on 6 through 8 for this particular sequence? Okay, then we should turn our attention to the high school L.VAU.3. I will see if the TDOE had any comments there. Does not appear they did. There are quite a few substandards here. So or I guess well, they are substandards, I suppose, but they are not in full sentence form. They are a list. We have determined or clarify the meaning of unknown and multiple meaning words and phrases based on English 1 and English 2 texts by choosing flexibly from a range of tools, including context clues, morphological elements, reference resources, both print and digital, and etymological, regional, cultural, and spelling patterns within and across words. And those seem to be identical standards across 1, 2, and 3, 4, with the one exception of changing the course name, English 1 and 2 versus to 3 and 4 in the 3 and 4 standard. Does anyone have any edits they would recommend to that?
There a more public-friendly way to say morphological and etymological? That's my only comment. If the public was using this, what do these educators mean?
Could that be defined in the glossary?
I think that would make sense.
It sure would, if it's not.
So do we want to keep the language and then define morphological elements in the glossary?
Sure.
Before I select to keep, does anyone have anything for these two standards?
Nope.
Okay, so do we want to go ahead and start on L.VAU.4, or is this?
Yeah,
kind
that's
of,
good.
okay.
It smells like lunch, but we'll wait till she comes back in with a positive indication.
So I'm losing track of the hours, but just for scheduling purposes.
I'm watching it.
Okay.
Which way, this is
And then we only have 45 minutes after lunch, and this is not the last one because we've got
2 more.
we're halfway essentially. Well, no, we're not. We're 3/5.
Our
of the way.
discussions have been thorough.
Yeah, they
To
have
the
been.
point, not excessive.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Okay, let's look at 4 really quick. There is a TDOE comment for 6 through 8. They said the revisions to this standard change the intent of the original standard. Please consider the standard originally pertained to figurative language and nuances in word meaning. Specifically, students were to be able to explain the function of them and use them correctly and effectively. The revision changed the standard to be essentially the same as the new standard L.VAU.3, determining the meaning of unknown and multiple meaning words and phrases. Please consider that it would be helpful for these standards to be clearly distinguishable and to support vertical alignment with grades 6 through 12. So I think this is the main thing we're trying to accomplish here is making a clear distinction between the kind of denotative meaning implied by 3 and the more connotative meaning implied by 4.
Does the standard as proposed do that?
TDOE did not feel so, but do we feel
What
so?
modifications do we need to make in order for that to happen?
I am open to hearing what people think about that.
Anyone?
Basically going back to the original standard accomplishes that. Keeping in mind that when reading and listening change continues to limit it to lack of use. So if we keep just when reading and listening, then it kind of doesn't make sense if we also add a component of using it. So I personally think the original standard got the job done.
I also like that I'm of two minds here. The original standard has each substandard being a complete sentence. And, oh no, I'm looking at the wrong standard, sorry. The original standard, this was originally L.VAU.5, correct? This is, because we eliminated the standard. Am I right on that?
Basically, they took out the writing and speaking portion of it. But we do want them to write with figurative language.
And then we also changed determine the meaning of from explain the function of. Elsewhere, we were saying, so in standard 1, we were saying when writing or speaking. Here we are saying when reading and listening. So those are different tasks.
Chair Kernigis, are you all on 6L VAU 4?
Yes.
Okay. Your lunch is ready and hot. If now would be an appropriate time to pause, but I defer to the committee and the leadership team.
I make a motion that we break. We'd like to be back in here since it's so close, so we don't have to drive anywhere. Could probably get ready and be back here in under 35 minutes. So let's reconvene at 12:30. All right, agreed? All right, thank you.
Proposed English 1, 2, 3, 4, with the idea that, we have some students accelerating, moving as they learn, and we have some students who may be remediating for whatever reason for extra support so that the grade level doesn't always, especially at the high school level, represent where a student is. So your current proposal in front of you is English 1, 2, 3, 4. One thing that was flagged today was that under the language standards, it may be perceived to read as the word evil. I will let the committee discuss that at their leisure. We did have flower power at one point in foundational literacy, which was well loved by some of our EAT. I don't know if it's still there to this day, but just don't have to settle it right now, but for awareness and discussion potentially.
I, for one, don't think that's an enormous concern, but I would think that the language standards are not the most particularly divisive standards either, so I think we should probably be okay in that regard. I did have something I wanted to kind of talk to the committee about, I mentioned it to Ms. Summers a moment ago. As I'm working through this spreadsheet, and documenting the changes to the standards, I'm finding that it's a little hard for me to maintain that while also maintaining the parking garage of like the ideas that we might pursue it later. I would love if someone would be willing to take on that responsibility of being the parking garage person, the person who just kind of documents things in the parking garage as we come across ideas that we want to return to later. You would just be in charge of that one tab on this larger spreadsheet where down at the bottom where it says parking garage. Is there someone here who would be interested in taking on that? You can do it.
Okay, you're conveniently located, Brittany.
Either way.
You wanted to do this, I know. Yes. And that's convenient to you too. That's parking garage stuff. If you want to take it and put it on there.
Larry, we've got the digital parking garage up here, so
Okay.
that we just have it on a document we can all share and take home and have access.
And
to the
she
record.
has access to.
She does not currently, but she can be given access. It's going to be
Miss Lau. Miss Now.
Thank you, Miss.
Okay. Now, are you guys ready to make your comments? You had a comment. Nothing more?
I think the evil comment was the comment. The comment itself was not evil.
All right, before we start up, we want to get through language and then foundations this afternoon. It seems to me like we have been thorough in our discussions and brief enough, so probably ought to stay within the same pacing going through in order to get through everything we've got to get through.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that our pacing is perhaps like a touch slower than what it would be to get done with everything we have outlined today, though we do have additional flex time at the end of this week, but we certainly don't want to slow the pace. And if anything, if we can make it just a touch more brisk, that might be beneficial. All right, we ready to jump back in?
Please.
All right, let's do it. So we were looking at the L.VAU. 4 standards. These are the ones pertaining to figurative language, connotative meaning, technical meaning, so meaning outside of the realm of just denotative meaning outlined in the previous standard that we broke down before lunch. I just want to reiterate that the TDOE felt that the revision of this standard brought it too close to the previous standard, that there was a little bit of overlap between the types of meaning discussed there. So I would like to hear if other people feel that they are in agreement with the TDOE on that, or if they feel as though the edit is sound. So the current language for 6 is when reading and listening, determine the meaning of words and phrases, including figurative language, connotative meanings, and technical meanings.
I agree with the TDOE's suggested revision.
I don't see that the TDOE has exact language that they would like to revert to. So do we have any ideas about what that language might look like?
Just to speak to that briefly, I think it should probably have been spelled out, but I think the thought was to look at the current wording of the standard and to kind of keep it in that vein.
Okay. So to read what the current version of that standard looks like, it says, when reading, listening, writing, and speaking, explain the function of figurative language, word relationships, and connotation / denotation, and use them correctly and effectively. That is page 25 of the original standards. I think we had a brief conversation before lunch about this language of, do we just say reading and listening? Do we include writing and speaking as well? In other places, we've just included 2 of those 4 terms. In the original standard, it said reading, listening, writing, and speaking, and the EAT revised it to just reading and listening.
I agree with reverting. I did wonder about the intent behind the term technical meanings there. Was that just to encapsulate denotation? Because that's, or what was meant by technical meanings?
Would anyone on the EAT like to speak to that? Okay, yeah. We'll just continue. While they're looking that up, we can perhaps have a conversation about just saying reading and listening versus saying reading, listening, writing, and speaking. Do we feel as though all 4 of those should be there, or do we feel as if we should maintain just the 2?
I think we should have all 4 because reading and listening, figurative language.
I agree.
Okay. So should I go ahead and make that? Do we feel
Yes,
confident in that
please.
edit? Okay.
Because it does go back to it in the high school levels, all 4 of them.
So I've added that change. I would be curious to know how other people feel if we do revert to the language of the old standard, where it says explain the function of figurative language, word relationships, and connotation / denotation. To me, denotation is encapsulated within the previous standard. So I would recommend, and I would be open to other people's feedback on this, of perhaps eliminating the word denotation and just leaving connotation.
Assuming that denotation's been mastered.
Denotation, not mastery per se, but the previous standard, which is all about determining or clarifying the meaning of unknown and multi-meaning words and phrases based on English 3 and English 4, or I'm looking at specific grade levels, but determining the meanings of words using context, using roots and affixes, that seems to be gesturing towards a denotative meaning of the word, whereas this seems to be, at least in my mind, the standard that is interested in studying non-literal meanings of words.
And that is how we explain it in the standards guides as well.
So would we want to revert to that language in the field standard? Or do we want to wait for a conversation about technical meaning?
So this is Nicole Moore.
So I noticed in the original standard, 678, it has connotation, denotation, but in the new revised version, it only has one. So I will go with the one that the revised version.
Okay. I think
That's the connotation.
right. Now we lose word relationships in the revised version. That language about word relationships from the original. Do we feel as if that language about word relationships does need to still be present? What exactly do we mean by word relationships? Could you speak to that?
It's not clear.
Sure.
So the way that we describe it in the standards guide is the relationship between particular words that contributes meaning to each word individually. So you think about like cause, effect, part to whole, item to category, or synonym to antonym. So it's kind of the relationship between those and the meaning that each provides to the other word.
That does seem pertinent.
Yeah.
I think that would be something that we should keep within the standard. So would we essentially just readopt the 6 through 8 language that we see in the 2015 standards, except eliminating the word denotation?
I agree.
Is there any challenge to that?
Nope. Everybody okay with that?
Well, is denotative mentioned elsewhere? I'm trying to look.
This is Nicole Moore. It is presented in the L.4 standard.
Okay.
If you look back, because that was part of our rationale with why we changed it.
Do you mean the L.VAU.3, the previous standard to this one? Don't see the exact word denotation. Do we feel as though we've got this added language? We reference meaning several times in the L.VAU.3 standards. Determine or clarify the meaning. I use context as a clue to the meaning, as clues to the. There are 3 different references to the word meaning. Should we add the word denotative prior to those references to meaning in the previous standard to draw a clearer distinction? Any thoughts on that?
That would address the comments from changes. That they're not, they wouldn't be the same anymore.
It would drive, I think, a starker boundary between standards 3 and 4 here, which can get a little muddled as currently written.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it's exactly the same. There's no new challenge 4 over.
Okay, so the proposed wording is what at this point?
I guess this would be a changing of the wording of the previous standard, the one we finished up before lunch, which frequently refers to the meanings of words. But we don't currently have any direct reference to the word denotative as far as I can see in that standard, or denotation. So if we added the word denotative before each use of the word meaning in standard L.VAU.3, that would, at least to my mind, it would draw a starker contrast between what's happening in the standard and what's happening in standard 4.
I agree. Are we all good with that?
Yes.
Now, you're also gonna add reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
Yes, and I've already made that edit to the standard 4. But this is a conversation about the returning to 3. So if we have a consensus on that, I will make that edit. But I want to make sure that that's something that everyone agrees with.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there any more rigor you want to add between 6th and 7th grade? Annie?
The only thing that I thought, which might just be overcomplicating things unnecessarily, is later on they make some suggestions. There's, I think, with the RIRL dot 4, they mention specific types of figurative language, if I'm remembering correctly. I think that would be the only way to make it more complex, but otherwise, I think just the increase in text complexity naturally makes standard a little bit more rigorous as they go.
Are we looking at the 6, 7, and 8 and trying to make sure that they are distinctive between one another?
That's what we're doing.
I do actually. Oh boy, I'm getting the stares from the teachers. I do actually like this thought of, do we need to name specific types of figurative language? I will accept pushback on that. The reason why I like this thought is because I like to push kids beyond similes and metaphors. And is there a place to be more prescriptive here as we go to the higher grades?
Excellent question. We have any more comments from our middle school or?
Would that be housed within the language standards rather than in the reading standards? Or would that kind of language need to show up?
I think I have some issue with the redundancy between the VAU.4, CS4s and RICS.4 anyway. So that, to me, that's the mess in my brain. I can't figure out what I think is best, or so. Yeah. Take somebody else have an opinion on that one, because that one makes my brain scramble.
Parking lot item? We need to stew on this for a while.
And so specifically, this would be inclusion of specific types of figurative language here?
Yes. I would love to know a little bit more about what types of figurative language are tested on the TCAP and the ACT, SAT to make sure that we're giving them that full range. And is there a way we can scaffold that in?
They are given in the RICS4. So would we just use the same ones? This is the question. Because they are specifically, they're not specifically said here, but they are specifically said somewhere else in the standards.
Well, at least my understanding of this particular standard is, at least at my understanding, and I could be wrong, it's not meant to be like an exhaustive encapsulation of all figurative language. It's talking about figurative language as it can result in multiple meaning words, because this is really about language and understanding meaning of language, as far as these figurative meanings of language. So I guess it could encapsulate other types of figurative language, but it seems it's a little bit of a narrow, whereas I feel like that reading standard is more of like the big encompassing standard about figurative language.
This has swayed me, so.
To agree with Lucas, we took, and speaking for 912 group only, we took an idea when we went to this and we tried to differentiate the language from the reading standard, And in language, we were looking at the best choice to make this sentence make sense, the best word choice, but with determining how that the figurative language affected the meaning that was reading. So I don't know if that muddied the water or if that helped the water, but we tried to differentiate the two, and this was just truly meaning. What did it mean? And you'll get to our standards in just a second in the 9, 10, 11, 12. But we've actually added a phrase where it talks about the using words that have similar denotations, but maybe the figurative language helps clear and clarify the vision we had in it for choice. Did that help any? We try to differentiate.
Is there a distinct level of complexity or difficulty that we can specify level to level?
In high school, it's more the text we're doing. It's more the level the student is at writing. So we would expect higher level things from an AP student than we would from a ninth grade student. We would expect higher level things from a ninth grader reading Most Dangerous Game to a senior reading Macbeth. So sometimes it's just the material.
Well, and that was, I kind of struggled with this standard because of, at first glance, the seeming redundancy with some of the other standards. But when considering the spirit of the standard, which is to understand word meaning and nuance, then to me, if we are going to revise those to clarify complexity, then do we need to add language in the middle grade band specifying that, when reading and listening in this grade level text, the meaning of words and phrases, would that level it sufficiently? Would that add sufficient?
So you're adding the words grade level text.
Because it's added to the E1 through 4 standards. It's there in the E3, E4 ELA text and the E1, E2 ELA texts. So would we want to do the same in the middle grade band to then clarify the level of rigor?
I think that's a good idea.
I think so. I agree. So what would that phrasing look like?
Can you restate that phrasing for us now?
When reading, writing, speaking, and listening, we were going to add that back in.
It could just go at the end.
Yeah.
I think.
As it currently ends, if we're reverting back for 6 through 8 to the old standard, it would read, explain the function of figurative language, word relationships, and connotation, and use them correctly and effectively. So if we added it at the end, it's just going to be encapsulated within usage.
In an 8th grade level text.
Do we want to then? It's just my concern is if we added at the end of this entire phrase, it's just and use them correctly and effectively in an 8th grade level text would be assuming that they are using them themselves rather than just interpreting the work of
to
others.
Explain the function in an 8th grade level text, to explain the function of figurative language, word relationships, and connotation, denotation, and use them correctly and effectively. That'd be better placement.
So it would go before explain there.
Potentially.
When reading, listening, writing, and speaking.
Yeah, explain in an 8th grade level text.
Explain in.
Or after connotation. I'm not married to either concept.
But you would add the words grade level text to both 6, 7, and 8.
Yes. Yes. And 9, 10 as well. Well, I think it's already there.
It just needs to happen. It needs to happen before and use them correctly and effectively, I think.
Dr. Stout, does that take care of the specificity that you were looking for in terms of defining all the sorts of figurative language that students would need to know and be able to use?
I'm not going to belabor the issue. I think it's fine. I just want to just make sure that they're exposed to a lot of different types of figurative languages. I know a lot of our teachers are doing a really great job at that. And some might have can use some more, push to think outside the box or think about things, other things, but it's not anything I would slow down the deliberation on this on. So I'm happy with moving.
Sorry about that. We're doing this for 1 million kids for 5 years, so it needs to be said. It needs to be said. Is there anything in the standards guide about the increasing specificity of different uses of figurative language?
Somewhat, yes. And that's been, we base that basically on the history of these standards and what has traditionally been taught in terms of specific types of figurative language at a given grade level, and we do include that in the standards guides. So yeah, the short answer is, I guess, yes, we do.
And do you have a sample of that?
Of the standards guides?
Readily available?
Sure.
That we could post?
She's going to direct you to where that is.
The standards guide and how they refer to the different levels of figurative language used at 6, 7, and 8. And
yeah, I'll have to see specifically those grade levels, because I'll admit I don't have them memorized. But I will have to go back and look, and I got them.
They are told though in the reading standards. They are specifically. So even though it's not in this standard, when we get to the reading standards, it is told in the grade band what type of figurative language is expected.
And personally, I feel like in our efforts to differentiate standards, I feel like we've got these moments where standards kind of overlap and they become a little hard to parse. I think if we allow that standard to be the standard where that kind of language is provided, and this is the standard that's focused more on the like connotative meanings of words, then that creates a starker contrast between these two standards. I also do want to quickly just for readability purposes. Our current draft of the standard would be when reading, listening, writing, and speaking, explain the function of figurative language, word relationships, and connotation in 6th grade level texts and use them correctly and effectively. I'm a little concerned about that word them because the antecedent of them there becomes a little ambiguous. Obviously, we know it's referring to figurative language, word relationships, and connotation, or words that convey these things. But the word them could also grammatically be referring to texts there, which is closer to it. So I think it gets a little clunky. And use these devices. Is that language we've used elsewhere?
I'm not exactly sure to your question, Vice Chair Hilliard, but I wonder if you control F for devices on the spreadsheet, if anything fun pops up.
Don't
could
see
be wrong.
anything under language. I can check reading as well.
I can divide and conquer. I'll start from the back.
I guess there is one reference to devices and that's in reference to sound devices. That does not seem to be terminology we've previously used. We could also just say use these words and phrases correctly and effectively, if that's the terminology we've used elsewhere in this particular standard. It's a bit repetitive, but that is the antecedent for this, so it would just be.
Feel much more comfortable grammatically, then let's do it that way.
Do we feel okay with that?
I do. How about everybody else? Yes, I see a bunch of nods. Were you trying to put those up here? Oh, okay.
Not following my own rule. I was trying to answer Vice Chair Hilliard's question about devices, but our good friends at TDOE are sending those over, and they will be in your drive in just a moment. Now that I have access to my laptop again, I'm a new person.
And I was just going to recommend real quickly, because I know it's come up about the overlap of the standards, of certain standards, like especially these vocabulary related standards. The standards guide specifically explain like what the intent of the current standards are and where that overlap is. And so that may help kind of give you some like perspective in terms of like how you can differentiate them in these revisions as well. So once you get access to them, I'll point out where that is, and I think it might be helpful. So.
I have done a complete change of opinion on this, and I don't think we should say words and phrases anymore. As I read again, I'm using language from the version that we are moving from, so I think that would be wrong. I have moved it back to them. Does anyone else have anything else, or do we think them is sufficient?
I'm okay with them.
Just wanted to make sure that didn't read ambiguously. Obviously, we've been in this room, and so we know what them is referring to. I just want to make sure that that would be something that is easily conveyed to an educator who has not been in this room. So the language would be explain the function of figurative language, word relationships, and connotation in 8th grade level texts and use them correctly and effectively.
Yes.
Okay, then we'll move on.
Okay, moving on.
So we're at the high school version of this particular standard. Do we have any TDOE feedback on that?
Doesn't look like it.
He changed that. Yeah, that's where I got that's where I got mixed up.
I don't see
No,
any.
there does not appear to be any TDOE feedback on this particular standard. So unless any of us have something that we would like to draw its attention to.
Did we ever circle back to technical?
Yeah, absolutely.
We did.
What's that about technical meetings?
I think we just brought up why the technical included. I don't think we ever answered it. Did that happen or no?
I don't think it happened.
Okay.
Nicole Moore, 6th through 8th grade ELA chair. Technical was not, it just says add technical. There's not a rationale behind it, so.
And I will say in a revised version of the standard, that word technical is no longer present. To me personally, I don't see the technical meanings. While I can contort myself into a way in which I can see it fitting within the standard, I don't feel like it's probably the most common way in which this is going to manifest in reading. Okay, so if we're looking at the English 1, 2, 3, and 4 versions of the standard, there does seem to just, this is just an editing correction. There seems to be a missing comma after the word listening in the English 1 and 2 standard when reading, writing, speaking, and listening, and then it goes straight into explain. So I believe there would be a comma added there. Do we agree on that? Okay.
This might be a little nitpicky, but the order is different between.
I was going to say that too.
No, that's not nitpicky. I think we should correct it. So then we'll change when reading, writing, speaking, and listening to when reading, listening, writing, and speaking.
Yes, that's what was in our middle school.
Reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
So we have English educators in the room.
Chair Kanigas.
Yes.
My understanding is that it would be helpful to go through the standards guide super quickly.
Yes. Please.
In your SRC folder, there's a new folder called resources. Anything we collect from here on out that's just general, we'll put in there. There's a link, and this is the link that Banks shared, and he's got some additional context he wants to share with you.
If you want to just right there open the 6th grade language standards, that'd be perfect. If you'll scroll down to language standard 5, which is the new 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so there's 2 things I just kind of wanted to point out. You can see in the middle column there that figurative language, it gives the EG. So it gives examples of types of figurative language that are common at this grade level. And then in the left-hand column is where I was saying, like, you know, it notes that there is an important relationship among standards language 4, language 5, and reading language or reading literature and reading informational standard 4. And then it breaks down exactly kind of what each of those are intended to be. which might be helpful in parsing out which direction you want to go with those standards. Because there is a lot of overlap. But I think that it's also one of those things where, the language standards have their own intent about, the use of language and that sort of thing. And the reading standards are more about analyzing text and how language appears within that text and students understanding how language is used by authors in text. So very much kind of, language is like student use, reading is how authors use it, and very much connected though, because if students understand how authors use it, then they'll be able to use it better themselves.
How does this compare to number 6? Or the next one? 7.
Are you think of 7th grade for?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So while we pull that up, and I am so glad that you have the standards guide on the list, I'm thinking again of all of the comments we received and the notes from teachers about specificity, right? Do you want me to teach all modes or do I go deep into narrative? How many types of punctuation do you want me to teach? And so if I go with that train of thought of they are pushing us to specify, I do think there is a place in the guides, perhaps, where we talk about figurative language for each grade level to see what it means to remove the EG.
Sure. Yeah.
And say, these are the 5 we want 6th graders to know. These are the 8 we want 7th graders to know, or something.
And for us, is there a way to put that officially in the parking lot? Just that'd be
Yes,
awesome.
can you put that in the parking lot? That's a recommendation we'd want to make.
Okay.
To clarify.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I apologize.
But thank you for holding our feet to the fire.
Latex, whereas of I would recommend
Please.
minutes. Have the one.
Okay.
So let's
Just for 9 through 12.
I don't see any.
Accurately use grade appropriate vocabulary knowledge.
Okay, let's go back to, can we go back to the grade, to the guide? Standards guide and see what they have to add more specificity at each of these levels? Yes. Well, we don't, we all do right now. Okay, there it is. Sixth grade. Right. But
Yes, I was just going to ask,
what we
what's
did
the current
on the
standard that
other
we're operating under?
5.
Okay, so go one more. Okay, got it.
we kept those the same, but we said that specificity would be added in the standards guide to show the difference.
That was about the previous.
Right, right. Yes, I understand, but these are basically the same, and are we gonna show different levels of, complexity at each grade level?
Well, and that was my comment. And when I read the TDOE feedback and I looked at it myself, so there's a lot to unpack to me in those high school level standards. Acquire and accurately use general, academic, and domain specific words. So domain specific, if we start adding lists of domain specific words, then we're going to probably get into territory that's going to overlap in cross curricular ways that we don't necessarily want to happen. And then sufficient for communication at the post-secondary and workforce readiness level. Demonstrate independence in building vocabulary knowledge in context through a variety of tools and strategies. The tools and strategies portion of those standards to me was a little vague, but to my understanding, the feedback was considering eliminating that portion and then adding back in what was there in the first place. Demonstrate independence in building vocabulary knowledge when considering a word or phrase important to comprehension or expression. Is that the intent behind the feedback? Because if so, I would agree with that.
That, yeah, it's a lot of words basically to say that it also needs to include building vocabulary so they can express that vocabulary. Yes. So.
So something I'm noticing as far as complexity is that we do for the 6 through 8 bands have the words grade appropriate, similar to the addition we made in the previous standard. And then for the 9 through 12, if I'm being accurate here, the addition of the building vocabulary to express themselves would build some complexity, not necessarily grade by grade, but by level, K5, 6, 8, 9, 12.
Can I just ask a question for clarification? What do we mean by domain specific? And do we remember our charge of staying away from jargon as much as possible? Do we think that that is a word that conveys widely accessible meaning or phrase?
It looks like it means subject or discipline specific. In other words, math or science or social studies.
I think discipline specific is much more accessible than domain specific, but open to pushback.
I agree.
I think that is more in keeping probably with the language that is used in school buildings per se. So for readability purpose, I think that would be defensible.
Did you have a comment?
I mean, I'm in agreement with that. And yeah, I was just going to say that this is the current understanding of what it is, but I think that the discipline specific is absolutely a good upgrade.
Yes. Those that would like to change it to discipline specific, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
All right.
I move to utilize discipline.
Thank you.
Okay, so that pertains to all of the standards in this progression. So I will make that edit across to change all.
Can I add one more thing? I'm
Yeah.
sorry to be difficult about this. It says to a particular subject or discipline, and that may be parsing words just a little, but subject or discipline seems to me good phrasing there, just to be absolutely clear, to encompass all meanings of the word domain specific.
So would we then, instead of saying domain specific, we would say acquire and accurately use grade appropriate general academic and subject and discipline?
Well, I know it doesn't sound, I mean, we need to acquire and accurately use general academic and or as well as subject or domain specific, or excuse me, subject or discipline specific. It's still not great, but
I like what you did as well as, yes, that takes the ends out of it.
Okay. So just to kind of, what is the distinction between a subject and a discipline?
A subject is broad. A subject is broader. A discipline is more specialized. That is how I understand it. So
that's how I understand it.
Well, then would subject not entail discipline then? Could we just say subject specific?
Discipline is social studies. Subject is geography. Subject is history. Subject.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So if those are, I mean, if they have different meanings, then we probably should try to encapsulate both of those like Ms. Now specified. So it would be accurately and acquire and accurately use grade appropriate general academic as well as subject
dash
and subject hyphen and discipline hyphen specific oh, but this is as well as is in there, so it's
getting close.
I think for clarity, we should just say and subject specific or discipline specific. Like I would just add the hyphen twice. I think it's fine.
So it would, but so that would be, I'm just trying to make sure we understand. I guess it would be
keep as well
general academic. We could do general academic, comma, subject, comma, and domain specific. Well, but then that's entailing the word specific onto the word academic as well, and that's not what we're saying.
As well as.
Okay.
Just forget the hyphens.
Well, the hyphen should be there. But I don't want to spend all of our time on phrasing. But I also think phrasing matters.
So do we reorder the sentence as well as language specific to disciplines and subjects?
that removes your hyphen issue. So what I suggested was as well as language specific to disciplines and subjects.
Okay, so that would be acquire and accurately use grade appropriate general academic words and phrases as well as language specific to domains and disciplines,
Well,
disciplines
domains.
and subjects.
Domains is gone.
Yes. Okay, so is that,
Yes.
that's, I think that's the best phrasing we've had so far. Yes.
Thank you.
I'm done for the day, guys.
Put a wrap on it.
If you
No.
guys want to start looking at 9 through 12, I just need to, and it's going to take me a second to make this edit,
Okay,
but,
thank you.
turn our attention to that.
There isn't much difference there. About the only difference is going to be in the subject that they're going to be taking in their 11th and 12th years. So that vocabulary is going to be different than what they're taking is in their freshman and sophomore year. But we covered that in how we Any other comments about high school while he's scribing?
Sorry, everyone, this one's just a little lengthier, so it's taking. Okay.
I would say use the same wording for high school as well. For the,
Yeah, use the same wording for high school.
Okay. Do we want to maintain, because there is a different ending to high school where it says demonstrate independence in building vocabulary, knowledge, and context through a variety of tools and strategies. That is not present in the 6 through 8. Leave that. Okay.
Leave that part, just
Okay.
the.
Just the portion
the-
prior to the
right.
semicolon. Okay.
An increase in complexity and rigor. Yeah, that would put a wrap on language. And now it says, language standards and introduction. What are we referring to on the introduction? Brianna. That section. Okay. And where does that appear in the? Official standards document. Okay, the current standards document.
Do we think that would be a good That makes sense to me, looking at all the introductory language at once, because we have time later in the
We really dug into this language thing. So
We did. So, but I do feel like these introductions do kind of operate as a unit to some extent. Because let's
each section has its own introduction.
It does, but some of the Scarborough reading rope, for instance, is kind of a through line of all of the revised introductions. And we haven't really even talked about its usage in the overall introduction yet. So I wonder if we really should have a conversation about the overall introduction before we get into the specific smaller introductions.
Well, earlier you had said, let's hold off on it till we get through some of the standards.
We can look at it now.
I think we ought to do the individual standards because we're really hot on language right now. Let's take a step back, it'd be my suggestion, and take a look at that introduction and see if it says everything that we did.
Okay. If I'm correct on that, we edit that differently. That is not through the spreadsheet. Okay.
Is this the revised version?
Great question. You read my mind. Yes, that is the revised version. Essentially, these are all of the culmination of the red lines of the committees thus far, with accept all changes, regardless of grammar, etc. You should have comment access, which should give you track changes access, like we talked about on Friday. So in that top right-hand corner, there should be, just under where it says shared with 17 people, there's a little pencil. Just make sure you're under suggestion mode. Obviously scroll down to language and that introduction and you'll see it. You can find this by going to your SRC folder and then going to Workday resources, or Workday documents, and then it is titled August 5th, 2025 SRC ELA support language. So if everyone can make their way to that document, that would be great.
And what page is this particular one?
Good question. If someone can control F for language standards, that would be super helpful. It's the one not benefit of having my laptop over here.
It's 10. Am I?
Members?
There it is.
Does page 10 look right?
One down. Back to your Workday document. No, go back to the work.
Yeah, I see Brittany. I'm going to do my positive narration. Really bring me back to the classroom. I see Brittany. I see Annie. No. Thank you. Banks is always 2 steps ahead of us. What's new? Page 6, everyone. Yeah, I'll do a little Bueller. Please turn to page 6. No. So go there. One way that you could approach this, depending on how members and your leadership team feel, is to, read it independently, see how you feel, see how it vibes, especially now that you've, really dug deep into the language standards. You could do independent comments and track changes and then sort of come to the group, or, feel free to use the chart paper. You're making these rules up, whatever works best for the committee works well for me. I just asked that all of your suggestions and decisions and comments are in this document. And as a reminder, if you do make an edit that is substantive in nature, just a quick note, like Chair Kernigis and Dr. Stout, clarity, I don't know, accuracy, whatever it may be, in a comment.
Okay, this is the general introduction right here.
Yes, if you keep scrolling, I believe Bank said it's page 6. That should take you to the language.
6.
I can scroll down now that.
This is adjacent to what we're doing. I saw this in the introduction, but I just want to point out in the introduction to language standards, it has the cornerstones, and I'm now noticing, I'm now pointing that out. We're going to need to change our cornerstone because we have domain specific words and phrases used in there. And since we're moving away from that terminology, I will make a if everyone's okay with that, I will make a revision on the spreadsheet related to the domain specific language, reverting it to the language about discipline and subject that we've used elsewhere. That's okay with everyone.
That is music to my ears. One note you probably picked up on this, Vice Chair Hilliard, there's a cornerstone for each and every one. So you can fix it at the top one, and then you should be able to drag it down or copy and paste so that you don't have to edit it. I don't know. Yeah, 6 times? How many times?
Do I suggest changes for the cornerstone in the same way that I suggested changes for the, because I don't see that I don't have the ability to edit the cornerstone. I attempt to do that. It just says there was a problem. You're trying to edit a protected cell.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I can just say in the suggested change, I can specify that it's in the cornerstone.
Oh, I see what your question is. Yes, the original ones are protected. If you scroll over to the right, there should be revised cornerstone, and that's where that goes. But yes, just to preserve the record of the hard work of the AT, their cells are protected for the record.
Great.
And, my well-being. Members, what questions do we have about reviewing the introduction and discussing it?
I guess we've been committed historically to Scarborough's reading rope.
That is the proposal before you, but as all fun things, that is at the discretion of this committee, whether they'd like to continue with Scarborough's reading rope or,
Can the folks from TDOE tell us about your commitment to Scarborough's reading rope?
Leanne Potter, K-5 ELA chair. The chair for K-5. We used the Scarborough's reading rope as a anchor visual, so to speak, to help us see the continuation from K all the way up to a skilled reader, and how the two language comprehension and word recognition and the strands begin separate at the lower end kindergarten, and how all of them then, as the skills are learned, they start weaving together. And then by 3rd grade, they start coming together as a rope to get a skilled reader on in. And so that's kind of how the word recognition and the language comprehension, the skills, the foundational literacy skills, the phonics, phonemic awareness, those things end after 2nd grade. And so we have kids know then how to decode words in 3rd grade. So then they can work with the comprehension skills and work on multisyllabic words and deeper word work in order to comprehend more complex text.
The state of Tennessee also, the Reading 360, both the younger grades and the middle school, high school bands, Reading 360 is based on the rope. So most of your educators are going to have an understanding of the rope. Yeah.
Aligns to Scarborough's reading rope. It's part of the base research within that.
My question was, this is both a public document and a teacher's document.
Yes.
And should references to the Scarborough's rope be better contained in the standards commentary or standards guide, and then leave that complicated stuff off for the public to consume?
I feel like as teachers use the standards, they understand Scarborough's reading rope. So they see how the standards work with the strands and where they are because when we do professional learning, we show where these standards live in the ropes. Like foundational literacy standards are in the bottom ropes. The the RIRL, they're up in the top ropes. So when we have our professional learning, we can make a correlation to where does this align to the rope, which strand are we working in, and how is it correlating to how does it align and help students grow and start weaving their rope or strengthening their rope, Or if you're analyzing student data, which strand of this their rope is weak? Where do you need to really tailor in your instruction to help a child strengthen their reading?
Okay, well, my question was not about the validity of the research or the model to be used by teachers, but is it necessary in a public document to have this reference to the research?
In my opinion, it's something that everybody can understand. When you look at it's an easy visual to understand. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
The thing about it is I feel like what we're doing here, and I'm not saying that it's not a public document, but it's not intended for the public use. Like this is to guide your teachers to plan the lessons. So to me, it needs to be in there because this is a document for the teachers. I'm not saying it's not public and other people don't look at it, but at the end of the day, the people that are going to be looking at this are your educators.
When teachers plan, their standards are sitting in front of them. They have their standards in front of them. They have their guides in front of them. They have their textbooks in front of them. Everything needs to align to these standards. So they need to understand how all of that works together to where they're headed.
I will also say Scarborough's reading rope is not French critical theory. Like it's pretty parsable. It's not in a particularly like academic concept. It's got a nice diagram built with it. Also, just for the sake of time and energy, this Scarborough's reading rope is integrated throughout nearly all the introductory language in this. So if we're making large scale revisions about the Scarborough's reading rope, we're going to be making a lot of revisions to introductions. And while introductions matter, certainly, I wonder if our time and energy would be best spent on the language of the standards themselves.
okay, so are there any changes that you'd want to make in this introduction to the language part on page 6?
So I'm wondering, going back to kind of the thought that I had earlier about recognizing students not just as users of language, but also innovators and shaper of it. Teachers are laughing at me. They're like, don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. I wonder if the introduction is the place to make that. Here is kind of what I drafted. And you guys can tell me if this works, or you can say, nope, we don't go into there. So the first part of this is the last sentence of the introduction. So together, the first part is the same. Together, these interconnected standards create a strong framework for developing proficient literacy and effective communication, recognizing that students are not just passive users of language, but also active innovators who shape it.
Yes.
I think that sounds good.
Those that want to put that in, raise your hand. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Stout. This was the place to put it.
And I do want to clarify, I'm not keeping some sort of master document for this. We all edit this. So we all have equal capability of leaving notes there.
So where does that edit need to go in the parking lot?
I was conferring with Michael, so I might have missed the question, but Vice Chair Hilliard's absolutely correct. Members, all please join this document. Please turn on your suggestion mode and go wild. What was your specific question, Chair Cornegas?
Oh, well, she had already made a suggestion to change the wording at the end.
Yeah.
And where we're going to keep record of that.
This document, 8525.
I just put in the comments, but if there's a better way, and if anybody wants to spell or gram check that,
Yeah.
or make it better.
If you can put it in the track changes, that will be great. And then the comment would be like, I think you shared some, language on like how they're 21st century learners, et cetera, et cetera. Something short and sweet. Does not have to be a complete sentence.
Good to go.
But yeah, go wild, friends.
All right, that brings us to foundation literacy.
Okay.
We had 3 hours to do this. I don't know, we could do it faster than that, but let's see how it goes.
If we do it faster than that, I will be a little surprised. All right. This is one where I'm just letting you guys know I don't feel like this is. I mean, I can certainly comment about like parallel structure of phrasing of standards, but this is outside of my academic domain. So I'm going to take more of a backseat here and kind of take the recommendations offered by people who teach these standards. But we will begin with k.fl.pc.1. This one only runs kn first, so this is a pretty short progression. As far as I can see, there are no TDOE comments on this. So unless anyone has anything from the general public that has been offered or any personal feedback on these, like this could likely be a place where we end up keeping.
Okay, hearing no comment, does that mean we want to keep this one?
Do we feel confident in that? Well, that was pretty quick. So do we have people had time to read the standard?
I said we.
It's the first day. We shouldn't be.
Just want to flag.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Just real quick on the TDOE feedback document, I noticed that it looks like they're not, some of the standards are out of order. Like, you're right, there's none on that first standard, but like it starts with standard 5 and then it goes to standard 2. So apologies for that. But they're just kind of check around there.
Oh yeah, thank you for flagging that because I would have missed that. So thank you.
I was also going to point out, we recommended that first grade be removed from this one because it's print concepts, and print concepts should really be secured in kindergarten. So we recommended that anything in first grade that was not in kindergarten be moved to kindergarten, and first grade not have print concepts. So do they have the recommended, like what the feedback was on?
That's my understanding, but do you mind coming over here and we can connect on the spreadsheet to make sure we've got our
Yeah, because
T's crossed and our I's dotted?
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to flag that I just noticed on language, there are your first 2 standards on language. The cornerstone is identical, but they have 2 different standards codes. And in other parts of the language standards, I believe it's 6A, B, and C. Please correct me, ELA people. In the event that there was an identical cornerstone, they used a letter to signify that. No preferences on my end, just to note the difference there.
I have something that is now off topic, but maybe we could go on the parking lot. Singletary mentioned the kind of awkward order of the VAU 3, 4, and 5, how we had meaning or like denotation, figurative, and then denotation again, essentially. So that might be something to consider. I know we've kind of moved on, but consider in the future. Parking lot.
We need to talk about the kindergarten standard then?
Well, if we are going to, that they, I believe, are figuring out if we're deleting one or if they propose to delete one or not. But yeah, I guess that's a good question. Is there anything we see on the kindergarten standard? Because we know that one's going to stick around. One thing I will say is that, I mean, this is a small thing, but I think under substandard C, where it says demonstrate one-to-one correspondence, I believe there should be a second hyphen there. Any, anything else? Okay, so we'll just, I guess we'll wait on some decision over there, and then we can discuss if we think the one standard should be eliminated. What was that? Oh, I was just wondering for clarification about that.
But, so go with what you've got for right now.
Okay.
Yeah, you're also welcome to skip around,
It
you know.
looks like we might have went back and talked about, advanced features of print.
I will also flag under first grade version of this standard. This is the first time we use a parenthetical with examples. And I flagged earlier that throughout the standards, we use a number of different shortenings for that. We use EX in places, we use EG in places, we use IE in places. I personally feel as though we should probably normalize that across the standards. And
I agree.
Print concepts, 2030. Do we mean text? Because print has a very specific denotation.
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
Just even the phrase print concepts, thinking 2030. Is there a word that we could use instead of print, because this is print? Not saying that they won't be using that, but can we also incorporate something that includes, that makes reference to and digital? I don't know how to phrase it.
Well,
but
we have a digital standard in writing that I think we might can address it there. I don't know. Let's think about that. What do you think?
So I also think this is, I'm Kim Rosenchak, TDOE. I also think there can be a difference in meaning. So when we're talking about print as in letter versus printed, you know, and then text, meaning connected text. So when they're saying print, I think that really can get down to the individual letter, words, things of that nature. So it's the connotation again, going back to denotation connotation, but I think in this case, it's intended to be more like how letters are written, how words are written across the page, not a printed text.
So it might say, point to the first word of the sentence. So it's identifying a word versus the space in the word, or the end of the sentence, instead of this is a printed book, this is a printed or digital article, that type of thing. Does that make sense?
I would love to hear from our early elementary educators. Am I overthinking this? She says I'm overthinking it.
But I do see where that would be an importance in the future. But I think she's on the right page of print not meaning the same thing as like necessarily paper.
Is it written word versus print? The written word.
Look at the ABCs. Because it's follow from left to right, top to bottom, page to page. It's spoken words are represented in written form. That's the things we're talking about. So
I would just add in elementary education, in reading, language, all of that, features of print or using print is a very common terminology. So for elementary teachers, it should be pretty well understood. But that is also something that we should have defined. We can define if it's not, just to make sure that there's clarity there. If somebody's moving from an upper grade level to a lower grade level, and that's a question. So features of print, we'll definitely check on that.
Is that something that we would want to put in the parking garage for the glossary, perhaps, of defining?
Yeah, I would say for the glossary.
How are we feeling then about this standard?
What do we want to use as our example, our letters? Are we going to do EX, EG, IE?
I believe we've used EG the most frequently throughout the standards.
And that would probably be the most applicable, for instance, not specifics.
No preference on my end. What y'all use would just remind folks that in the introduction, there is a table that gives a definition and I believe an example of EG and IE. So it could be helpful, whatever decision you make, just editing that table to reflect as such. And I want to say it's on page 4 of the current standards.
Yeah, and EG and IG and IE aren't necessarily used interchangeably. But then we've also got EX in there, and then we've got lots of other instances where we just say for instance at the start. So I think just normalizing that, even if we maintain EG and IE, I think at least not using EX and not using like for instance, just having that consistency. So do we feel like EG would be, for this particular instance, we want to maintain that EG?
I think EJ is good.
Okay. Then
Exempla gratia.
if that's the case, unless we delete one, then we will keep it. Does everyone agree with that?
Agreed.
Okay, then we are done.
Comma after
I
that
did want to
second.
add one more thought for print concepts. We had removed recognizing name, the lowercase and uppercase letters of the alphabet, and moved it to fluency. And we've been modeling around with that, and we really believe it should be in both standards because they should be fluent once they know them, but they have to learn them first. So we really think that it should be in the print concepts and in the fluency.
Could
So
you
we
point
think
us
it should be
toward
back.
that standard code for the fluency standard so we can find that language?
It actually should be what it was in the original.
Okay.
It should be, hang on, I'll tell you exactly what it should be.
It looks like it. Recognize and name all upper and lowercase
Mm-hmm.
letters of the alphabet in
Yes.
isolation and in connected text.
Yes.
So do we feel as though that should be added? Is that just to kindergarten, you think? Okay. Do we all agree that that should be returned? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
then I will add that.
Would it be F or does it need to be in between? Okay.
Does anyone have a strong feeling about where it should be laid as the substandard? And I'll make it F. Miss Now, could you possibly put that in the parking garage? Just to return to the first grade standard for this particular progression, since they're going to consult with the people from their EAT to see what their recommendation was there. Okay, are we ready to move to the next?
Yeah.
All right.
One moment.
Okay, yeah.
We need to check the EG, E.G. comma, and you can remove the et cetera because EG is a whole spirit of things.
Good recognition. Are we going to, and I frankly can't remember if we do this or not. If we eliminate et cetera, are we going to put and before infographics, or are we just going to do a series of commas? Okay. Um,
On the updated, it had that put advanced. So I'm clarifying that, but if that stays, then you're probably going to advance.
okay, so I think for now we've gone about as far as we can go with this standard. So we can shift to standard 2. All right. So now we've got standard 2. This originally was a 2 standard progression. Now the EAT has proposed a second grade addition to this standard sequence. So the old standards will just be K1 for this. They are now K1 and 2. This is a pretty lengthy standard, so if anyone wants to look over the standard for a moment.
There's feedback about the cornerstone.
Right.
It was amended to demonstrate understanding of spoken words, syllables, and sounds or phonemes as they later apply to written language.
Did we hear from the EAT about that edit?
So we've been doing more research on this. We agree now with the state, take it out of second and amend the cornerstone.
Okay. So both eliminate the second grade
Yes.
standard and revert back to the original cornerstone.
Yes.
Okay.
And the other thing, because we're taken out of this second grade in first grade, for D, add the word delete, like and delete on letter D. I think it was letter D. Yeah, after segment.
So could someone just reiterate to me what that edit was to D in standard 2?
After, take out the and segmentation and put a comma, the segment and delete.
Okay. So count, pronounce, blend, segment, and delete
delete.
syllables. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I do have the rationale why we did that to first grade. Long time ago.
And do you just recommend that edit in the kindergarten standard, not in the first grade as
The
well?
delete was in the first grade standard, not kindergarten. And we recommend keeping that PC1 standard because we did use research from the letters program.
What was that standard that you recommended?
The standard 1 in first grade.
Okay, so
Yeah.
not to delete that
Right.
standard. Okay. Does anyone, are we all in agreement therefore to eliminate the second grade standard here since the EAT has altered their opinion there? And then revert back to the original cornerstone. We have a couple instances of EG, so I'm going to go ahead and correct those as well with the comma.
Can we have a show of hands for agreement and change, making that? We have consensus.
Do we have anything else on those two standards in this progression? Anything?
I think we're ready to move on.
Okay. Well, then if that's the case, we are ready to move to standard 3. Now this is, I believe, is this the new stand? No, this one has a new naming convention, correct?
Mm-hmm.
This is no longer flower power.
No longer flower power.
Can't help it.
I was a bit confused, and I would love to hear an explanation of how the naming convention where decoding and encoding are separated in the code, that like the standard code, but still housed within the same standard themselves. Because it's still standard 3, even though that and normally it feels like we go from most inclusive to most specific. So that is a little bit of a deviation from that pattern.
So when we teach a new skill, we teach them first, can you differentiate the sounds of this new skill? And then we work with, can you decode? And then we move to encoding, in and out of context for both. So they're reciprocal, they work together. So what we wanted teachers to understand is that they work together, they complement each other. So we looked at taking those two and putting them in a column side by side, kind of like the RLRI standards work together. The same thing for decoding and encoding. So that's why we decided to make a 2-column and show the teachers how that correlation is.
And there's one cornerstone, correct?
There's one cornerstone for both to show that.
So on the page itself, it would look
just like the RLRI.
This would be.
It would be a ladder.
It would have the same cornerstone. Okay.
It would be a ladder. And there's also a, we want to be very systematic and explicit with our trajectory. So the ladder also shows the progression of how the skills build throughout.
I do have a copy of that. It just doesn't translate well to the spreadsheet, but of course, as always, I'll keep saying this, it's at the discretion of the committee if they want to move forward with that proposal. One quick note, circling back to that language cornerstone that we said was the same, looks like there was a misunderstanding in the previous spreadsheet and made it onto one but not the other. If you go to the language introduction for standard 2, that is the correct cornerstone as proposed by this committee. It should be on page 6, what we were just looking at. So page introduction, page 6, cornerstone 2, that is the correct one. Just didn't make it into your latest and greatest.
Should I make that edit in the spreadsheet?
That'd be great, just when you have time. But assuming that that's what the committee wants to go forward with, if you're good with that one, copy and paste it. If not, do your revised version.
Yes, let's do.
I will do that now as we take a look at foundational literacy 3, since this is another slightly lengthier standard.
They get very specific in here.
Oh, yeah. We want it to be very specific because we want teachers to know exactly what they're teaching in each grade level. In first grade decoding, 3, we didn't put the word schwa. We said that they will be including 2-syllable words, so they will encounter the schwa. So you might want to put in parentheses schwa in that one, but other than that, just to be a little more specific.
We'll need someone to spell schwa for me when we get there.
SCHWA.
And where did you say that would be best included? What level?
First grade.
First grade. And then what substandard?
It's oh, let me find that for you. Hold on a second. I think it's E.
Where it says read 2-syllable words following basic patterns.
Yeah.
And then after what word should I include that?
At the end.
I really like this because it shows the
That they just don't see the
differentiated
word
instruction
schwa.
and scaffolding
I think that's important.
for students with disabilities. I noticed that.
Which,
Whereas this one was more broader.
okay, hang on.
This is broad.
Is it
This is
decode
broken
regularly
down
spelled one?
for understanding.
Regularly spelled one? They were telling me.
So one of my kind of like overarching comments, and once
must
again,
have
I'm just
sound.
muddying the water because I don't know the best place to put it. We talk about like foundational literacy, but foundational digital literacy. When they get into the older grades, we're asking them to use text, but have we actually made a standard to say this is how we're introducing it? And I also feel like teachers are doing that every day, but we're not capturing it in here.
Using text.
Oh, technology.
I feel like in the way, and if someone else sees it, then please feel free to point it out. But I see a lot in some of the older grades, use technology, use media, but where have we kind of like introduced and taught best practices? And should we be pushing to start that a little bit younger? I think that would be introducing a whole different standard or something. However, I also think it speaks to the reality of what's happening.
I'm gonna look, but I think there's maybe the speaking in language. It's in here somewhere because I know that.
Yeah, I saw some in, I feel like in the reading, but once again, it was kind of like, well, use. Where are we laying the foundation? of
Yeah,
it?
that's what I was gonna look, because I know we do it in 5th grade. I just don't know like where it starts.
We put that in the parking lot for now. Let's put it in the parking lot, Paul.
This is much smaller in scope, but I don't want to put anything on the document that isn't something we've talked about as a group. There are several instances of EG here. We're adding commas after EG. I just wanted to clarify that we're all good with doing that. There's also a moment here in substandard C of the kindergarten FLD.3 standard that that pertain that says VC, CV, CVC. I don't know what those are.
That's vowel consonant.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Consonant vowel,
So
consonant.
those are not examples. That's meant to be an exhaustive list. If that's an exhaustive list, do we want to include the word and? What was that? I can't hear you. No, it just says blend letter sounds to read one syllable words, including regularly spelled high frequency words. Parenthesis VC, comma CV, comma CVC.
I don't know that you need any. It says it.
It says it, but for a non-educator reader, would they know? So it should be spelled out first use, and it can stand for the rest of the document.
So would we change it to then say vowel hyphen consonant, comma, consonant hyphen vowel?
Look down at number B. You've got 8 of them in there. You're gonna have to really.
You only have to do it the first time.
Or the glossary?
Or
Because that,
In the glossary, yeah. Too much put in there.
So, okay, I'm getting a little lost here. What
Put it in
then
the
are
glossary.
what is going in the glossary?
The VC, what VCCV stands for.
Okay. So for the sake of right now, because that would be more of a parking lot issue because we haven't moved to the glossary. The glossary will be edited similarly to what we edited as a group
Parking
earlier.
lot.
Okay.
But as far as therefore we're going to leave VC, CV, and CVC.
Yes.
And what are we just going to simply have those as a series of listed items? Are we going to have any sort of introduction to that, IE or EG or anything like that?
You said it's an exhaustive list, so you don't need EG.
Okay. Then we will leave it as is.
Moving on.
I do think there's some sort of punctuation missing still in that C substandard though, where it says blend letter sounds to read simple one syllable words, comma, including regularly spelled high frequency words, VC, CV, CVC, and then it just goes straight into introducing short versus vowel, long vowel patterns found in open versus closed syllable words.
Also, versus is abbreviated and then
Correct.
spelled out.
I guess I'm having a little bit of a hard time trying to parse the intended grammar of C. What is introducing, what exactly is introducing short versus long vowel patterns?
So is it meant to be regularly spelled high frequency words that introduce short versus long vowel patterns found? This is line block 8 on foundations of literacy, and that's letter C. I think it's just a grammar question. And not grammar as in what we're teaching grammar as in is there a word missing in letter C? So blend letter sounds to read simple, one syllable words, including regularly spelled high frequency words that introduce short versus long vowel patterns. Should it be changed to?
I would defer to someone who has taught this. I don't really know.
Let me make sure I'm on the right one. Let me look at yours. Okay, blend letter sounds to read simple one-syllable words, including regularly spelled high-frequency words, VC, CV, and CVC, introducing short versus long vowel patterns found in open versus closed syllable words. At, closed, me, open, sit, closed.
Question is, who's doing the introducing? And we have to make it student-based rather than teacher-based.
They're introducing the short versus long patterns.
The teacher is,
Yes.
not the student.
No, this is the teacher's directions of what she's teaching.
Should that be separated by a semicolon from what comes before it, or?
But this needs to be student-based. This is a standard for the
Yeah,
student.
this is what the expectation of what the student will know and be able to do.
But the student's not going to introduce. Teacher's introducing. That's my point.
Correct. So
So what do we have to do to get the student to do this? What do we need to say that the student will do? That it begins.
Like, I think he's saying, like, at the
Oh,
beginning, the
read this.
blend, the student is going to do the blending. So if the teacher introduces the short, long vowel pattern, what are they going to be doing to show? Are they going to be blending? Are they going to be, like, what are they doing?
Right. I understand it up until the end of the parentheses, but then afterwards I get kind of muddled, and I don't completely understand how that relates back to the blending of letter sounds.
Or like, if they're teacher's introducing, is the student understanding short versus long vowel patterns?
No, we're asking them to blend.
So is it saying?
Yeah, I
that
know.
the-
So that's what I'm saying. But the verb's going to have the introducing, that word is going to have to be changed to student led. So that's what I'm saying. Is it blending? Is it understand? Like, what are they getting from it after the teacher introduces it?
So is it saying that, that the teacher is showing students how to blend letter sounds to read simple one-syllable words, including these words, for the purpose of introducing short versus long vowel patterns?
That's what, yes.
Okay.
Okay. So for adding for the purpose of before introducing. Okay.
Does for the purpose of indicate a student-based learning standard?
I think one of the issues is that the sentence may be just too long. What the letter may be too long. What does it look like broken up into two sentences? Would that just add clarity? I mean, I think we can have two sentences, or I know.
Maybe it needs to be its own letter.
Or I just think because it's a lot going on in one sentence, phrase, bullet. I think maybe just what does it look like if we break it up into two sentences might clarify. And I'm saying sentences, although I know these are not complete sentences.
How about instead of saying introduce, just put the word and?
And
You're asking them to blend,
mhm.
so take out the word introduce and blend short and long patterns found in open.
So is the purpose of blending letter sounds to read short versus long vowel patterns
Yes.
found in open versus
Yeah,
closed
so
syllable words?
instead of put introduce, just put and.
Okay. If we're in agreement on that, this is outside of my depth of knowledge. So
Well, and one thing, it is a little
Yeah.
murky to me. The at colon closed, me colon open, sit colon closed. It took a second to recognize that at is an example of a closed syllable word. The way I'm reading it, me is an example of an open syllable word. So could that portion be revised just for a little clarity? Like maybe at dash closed, me dash open. I don't know if a dash would clarify or not versus a colon.
It may require more words to explain what you really mean.
I will follow the lead of what you all think on this. I don't feel like I know what the best way of representing.
Can we
it is.
phone a friend? Is there, is there a kindergarten teacher who wants to phone in?
Those examples could be included in the guide.
I have a
Standards guide.
suggestion. It could be in the print, you could put at in parens and then put is closed. And then you could put, oh, then the next one, me, again, in parens, and then is closed, and then sit in parens so that,
Oh,
so you see that those words are the ones you're talking about.
I like that.
so it would be replacing at colon closed with me in parentheses is closed or sorry, at is closed, me is open. Yeah.
Yeah.
So on.
So that the at word stands out.
Yeah.
Me word stands out, and the
And the
sit
sit
puppy dog.
Or you
stands
could
out.
put them right after the words as they appear in the sentence. Where it says open. Is that what you said? Okay.
Okay, I did not catch that the first time. So that would be within the actual sentence, not at the end.
Right.
Okay.
So after the word open, you would put the parens and give the example right there.
Okay.
Versus closed, and then more parens and the examples right there.
Should
Is
I
that what
put
you were talking to? Yes. Yeah.
right? Should I put if I use say at and me as the two examples provided there? Since we have three, we'll have to shorten to just two. Would I put those in quotation marks? Or
No.
okay.
Good question.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think
You
it
think
probably
you-
needs
we
to be in
would?
quotation marks.
Because I feel like that's going to confuse the grammar of the sentence. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's how I felt. I'm open to other feedback.
Letter E has QU in quotation marks.
Yeah, it does.
Any thoughts on that?
Get enough.
I agree, quotations.
Personally, I
need
put
quotations
open,
or not, it's
and
not
then
gonna
on a
read right.
paren, do your open example, which was me.
Mhm.
So me is in quotes, and then
Do we have a preference between at and sit for closed?
my mother would say sit.
It,
Then let's do sit.
Can I
Sit.
add just as, going back to the CVC, so you have 2-letter words and then you have 3-letter words. And so we have examples there of 2 and 3. That's why we had the 3 examples. So I'm losing it, but sit is a 3-letter word and at is a 2-letter word, but they're both closed. They're both examples. So that's what it was meant to, I think, from the EAT team, what it was meant to clarify.
Okay. If I include both of them, how should I differentiate? Should I just put a comma between the two? Should
Yes.
I put the word and? What do we think?
Put a comma in between the two of them.
Comma?
How are we doing with time?
2:27.
We're doing okay. We've got about 2 more hours left today, and all we have left on the agenda is foundational literacy, which we're on at the moment.
Okay.
How many foundational literacy standards are there overall?
7.
Looks like the revised version is down to 6, but 6 is a bear. It's got some big substandards. So we're okay. I'd say we're doing all right.
Have you finished writing?
I am in the process.
All right, we can go to inspecting the next one if you'd like.
I'm not 100% sure we're done with this one yet. We need to, I think, I forget who it was who brought up verses. I think it was Miss Now, maybe, who mentioned that we have verses spelled out once and we have it abbreviated once. How do we want to do that? I think it should be consistent throughout. Do we want to spell it out? Okay.
Yeah.
What did you say? And what did you tell them?
I would say abbreviate.
I like the abbreviation. People know verses pretty.
Yeah.
Use the
It's abbreviations.
Okay. If we're using the abbreviation, should we add a period after the abbreviation?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the right group to ask.
And then I may be incorrect here, but I believe open syllable and closed syllable should be hyphenated. Am I wrong there? And open syllable words versus closed syllable words, should open syllable and closed syllable be hyphenated?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
So for clarity, I think because right now it says open versus close, I would say open dash syllable word or open hyphen syllable versus close hyphen syllable.
Okay.
Like I would repeat the syllable.
Sounds good.
I hate that double dash with one thing. Can I ask on E, is there a reason why the QU is in quotations and the CH and CK and NG aren't?
They're your diagrams.
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 Okay.
Your CH, CK, NG. Am I correct?
So the QU, it doesn't have the H, but it still comes together to make a new sound.
As long as there's a reason. I just noticed it was different, but as long as there's a reason.
Okay, that's the kindergarten.
Should we have a comma after in substandard E where it says voiced and unvoiced comma? Is that comma appropriate there? It does not read as such to me.
I'm sorry, add a comma after QU. I forgot my microphone.
Is it saying that it's a list of digraphs, so CH, CK, all the way down to QU, so that's the last in the series? I think with all of the parentheses, it gets a little muddied.
I would be more concerned about the wording establish the connection. I'm not sure how the students demonstrate that. And I would suggest maybe the word recognize instead of establish the connection. Again, being student-based.
Where was this again?
Letter E.
Okay.
Letter E.
Okay, so we're continuing with this. Okay.
Does establish the connection give you an indication whether a student can do that? Is it testable?
I would say recognize.
Oh, I think okay. Now I see. Would adding the word "the" before combination clarify that? Because I did not initially read as combination QU as part of the other.
Yeah, that was my shortcoming as well.
Okay.
So do we want to add the word "the" before the combination?
Yes, and then you
Well,
wouldn't
I
need
think that
the
does what we
comma. Yeah,
Yeah.
then you don't need that. Okay.
I think to the chair's point of establish the connection, I think identify is the word that we've kind of been using in earlier standards. Is just for clarity and consistency sake. Is it identify the connection versus establish the connection, or do we feel like there's something substantively different there?
It's not about the connection. It's identifying or recognizing that digraphs are two-letter, recognizing the digraphs. Or recognizing that the digraphs.
But I don't think we're asking the students to recognize the digraphs. Like they are not. I don't think our kindergartners are going to be talking about digraphs and graphemes. But it does, the wording of several of these substandards right now is really more teacher directed than student directed.
So they will use the word digraph, and they will talk about differentiating the sounds. They'll make connections between the differentiation of the sounds. They'll also, in the decoding, they'll break apart the sounds in words and realize that the CH is one sound in a word. And when they break those sounds apart, they'll recognize that as one sound. And then in their writing, they'll recognize that the CH goes together when they hear that sound.
Recognize and
Or
reproduce.
use. They'll also, I mean, so they are making connections to the printed and the sound, or when they see it to read it, or when they need it to write it.
Recognize and reproduce. See it and write it. That'd be my recommendation.
If we change the language to recognize and reproduce, then that's going to be a little reproduce the connection that the digraphs does.
Leave the connection out. Recognize and reproduce the digraphs.
So also remember, this is the decoding standard, I believe. This is the reading standard. There's an E, which is the writing standard.
So this would really just be recognize.
This is the reading standard.
So we just want to change the word establish to recognize. Is that?
Take out establish the connection and just recognize the digraphs.
I think you are establishing the mental connection, the written connection, the reading connect, right? I think it is establishing the connection.
So I see what he's saying. Is it common for K-5, because this is totally new for me, is it common for K-5 standards to read as more of, I guess, a teacher directive rather than a student outcome? Is that common? or intentional?
I think the argument is that the students are, that is the verb that they're establishing, because as the established, they're recognizing that they've been taught that this letter makes this sound, and for the first time, they're realizing that two letters go together to make one sound. So I think that's why we have to have the word connection in there, because there is a connection. And they are establishing, like, in their mind, that connection. I think that's why they're using that verb. It's not that the teacher is establishing, the teacher is teaching them for them to establish that. Am I right?
I like the progression of the verbs because they're active and specific so that teachers know what to do with each standard, with students with each substandard. Demonstrate, associate, blend, distinguish, establish. To me, the progression makes sense and flows.
I've been won over. I think they can stay as is. If anyone disagrees, though, I'd like to hear.
Yeah, we'll leave it as is.
Do we feel as though substandard F needs a comma after suffix X? S, sorry, not X.
Yes.
Okay, anything else for this? Been here a minute.
What about grade appropriate? Grade hyphen appropriate?
Where is that?
Sorry, substandard G. No? Okay.
Hyphen between.
Elsewhere, we do hyphenate grade appropriate. Oh, we go back and forth. We have 11 instances of non-hyphenated. We have 7 instances of hyphenated within foundational literacy. Now, in language standards, we always hyphenate it. We have 11 instances of hyphenated and 0 instances of non-hyphenated in the language standards. So do we want to come to a consensus that it's hyphenated then to be in keeping with the language standards that we've already finished?
Yes. Yes.
Consistency.
Anything else? Okay, so that was the decoding standard. Now we need to move to the encoding version of this exact same standard.
Before we do that, I want to suggest that we take a 5-minute break. Get us on the backside. Got one more round. Leave. We've had lunch, so they take a little visit here.
Woo.
So we'll be back in session at 2:47.
So we're continuing with foundational literacy. We are still on kindergarten, so we've been here a bit, and if looking at the rest of these 3 standards, it seems like we're going to be here for a bit. These are quite lengthy. But we're now on encoding versus decoding, so K.FL.E.3. Don't believe we had any TDOE commentary on that one. So I guess it's just we take a look ourselves.
I think it could be different ways. So they could actually write it, or you might have manipulatives, like on a piece of paper where they move the letters to form the words. That's just my interpretation of it. I think so.
More in detail with the kids that are like a tier 3, they have more of the blocks they can manipulate as well, manipulatives. So I think that's fine. My hands on.
This is an easy one. Just wanted to, this is in keeping with everything we've done, but I'm just going to keep saying it. There are several instances of EG. I'm going to add a comma after every instance of EG. Do we feel as though we need a comma after graphemes in substandard A? Oh, okay. We also, this is probably being too granular because I have a tendency to do that, but in other instances we're using EG to provide examples, but here in substandard A we actually use the words such as ROP or rope. Does that bother anyone else, or am I just being really?
Well, in substandard B, we also have IE. So we have such as EG and IE in that standard.
Yeah, I definitely think we need to change that IE to EG. Do we agree there? Okay.
I also question the comma in D. Write some common frequently used words. Do we need that comma there?
My instinct is yes, but
okay.
D.
Yeah.
But I could be persuaded otherwise.
Okay.
Elsewhere, we have said instead of, well, I don't know. I in substandard E when we
Right,
say
can I make a meta comment? I think it's really interesting and fun that you have a bunch of people who've been trained in English, really parsing punctuation. And I think it really speaks to the difficult job our teachers have. So I just want to recognize that, like even us, we're going back and forth. And so just wanted to recognize that it's hard work what they're doing every day. And if we stumble over it, I can only imagine what they're doing with kindergartners.
Thank you, Dr. Stout.
So for the E substandard where it says by referencing K's decoding standards, I think elsewhere we've been a little more, we've like been more likely to spell out. I think we say kindergarten in other places rather than saying K. Should we replace K with kindergarten's decoding standards? Okay. Especially in the context of all this granular discussion of consonants, I think that could be a little confusing. Oh. I also think in F, where it says print all upper and lowercase letters, the fact that it doesn't say uppercase seems to indicate that upper letters would be the thing we're referring to, and I think we're actually meaning to say uppercase. Is that correct? So I would suggest that we shift upper to uppercase.
Can I get a little clarity on C? No, every syllable has a vowel. for like blends or not?
No, so like in a word with multiple syllables, every syllable will have a vowel with it. So elephant, L-E-L has a vowel, fin, it all has a vowel. If you had the word like chalk, you couldn't say CH as a syllable. That's a digraph and a phoneme. So it just, to be a syllable, it has to have a vowel, and there may be consonants, but not always. Hope that clear.
Do we have anything else on this particular standard? Okay. If not, we will move on. Okay, we're out of kindergarten, first grade. I would say that there will be a lot of things in this particular standard now that we're to first grade version, given we had so many edits to the K.FL.D.3. I think we should probably pay attention to ensure that the edits that were made to that kindergarten standard is comparably made in this particular standard. Elsewhere, when we've had an exhaustive list, we have not included the word "and." We have just listed with commas separating each item. In substandard C, we have an exhaustive list, including R-controlled vowels, AR, ER, IR, OR, and UR. So should that "and" be deleted, do we feel? Just for consistency.
Yeah, take the and out. Right, so just take the and out.
Okay.
And also in letter J, there's an and as well.
Is that intended to be an exhaustive list, or is that intended to be examples of common prefixes? I would think that there are other prefixes that could theoretically be included there. So if so, we might want to shift that to an EG. Do we feel like it should be an EG? Okay.
And remove the and.
I heard that, yes. Is that an exhaustive list of inflectional suffixes? That's not all of them. So it would need to be an EG situation as well.
Yes, a EG situation as well. And take out the word and.
I am a bit confused by the parenthetical on G.
You're just playing the floss rule. What's the floss rule?
My dentist is always complaining about that.
So the floss rule, if you have a short vowel ending in F, L, S, or Z, will almost always double that consonant. So any word ending in F with eh, it'll end with doubles there. So they give examples, but I think, yeah, it's not necessarily communicating what we want it to. But yeah, that's what the floss rule is, F, L, S, and sometimes Z.
Thank you.
I mean, it seems to me in keeping with what we've done in other places, we would probably eliminate FLSZ doubling and just go straight into EG, fluff, fell, kiss, and buzz. Don't know how others feel about that.
I think most would know floss rule. We put doubling just to emphasize that you do double those. And the curriculums also explain the rule in depth. So
Oh, okay. Probably. If it's a mnemonic, then yes. So that would be capital FLOSS rule. Generally, you capitalize the letters in the mnemonic. Yeah.
Yes.
And that does differentiate it from, the thing our dentists are telling us.
For the dance.
Oh, yeah, bringing that one back.
Can you demonstrate? I don't know the dance.
I do still feel like either we need to condense a little bit in that and that parenthesis that we have there, or we need to rephrase a little bit, because I think it is a little muddled how it goes from the examples of what the letters are that contribute to the floss rule, and then goes directly into words that.
I think we were just showing each short vowel with it.
Right. Any thoughts on that from the committee? Or do we want to leave it as is then?
I would say letter G, leave as is, and just capitalize the F and plus.
Do we have anything else for this standard?
I can't see what you're typing, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, but.
You should be able to see it now, I believe.
Go to L.
Okay.
With prompting and support, read words that contain soft sounds for both blop and blop, period. Then your example. Do you see that extra period? And there's another period.
Oh, you're right.
J.
So we want to delete that first period?
I think so, yeah.
And then, of course, in M, if we're hyphenating grade appropriate, then it appears there in M as well.
Thank you.
Can I add one extremely minor editing, just to hopefully save a headache later? Just whenever you do use EG, that there's a comma after it each time. So, oh, perfect. Okay.
Under subheading E, words into syllables with knowledge of syllables types. Be syllable types. Just a minor thing.
Yeah.
Everything else? So, Mr. Chair, I think for one FLD3 with the corrections, I believe everything else looks fine.
So we feel good about this standard? Anything else here? Okay, then we can move to first grade encoding standard.
Okay, can I add to this? I'm sorry, just going back. We're looking at the floss rule still for G and just how it reads, that it may be confusing. And so we were talking about potential changes to make it easier. So we are saying something like what's in the parentheses now, if it said after a short vowel, the consonants F, L, S, or Z double, and then EG, it lists those words. But right now, I think it's trying to explain the rule, but it doesn't fully explain the rule. And then it just kind of continues with examples. So I think it's a little hard to follow, maybe. No, you weren't schooled at all. No, I meant to say great questions. I understand completely. Like I'm only K5 and Banks will talk about things in 6 through 12. I'm like, I have no idea what language you're speaking. So I'm happy to just be able to share a little bit of what I bring to the table. So thank you for asking.
Would it be possible for you to reiterate?
Sure, I can try. Okay, so after a short vowel, the consonants F, L, S, and Z double. And then it gives the EG. I don't know how you want to wordsmith all of that, but that just explains the rule a little bit more.
Yeah, I think technically it would be in 2 separate parentheses, but that looks very odd.
Agreed, but I think that would make it more clear.
I think it's going to be easier to read in that instance. It's going to look a little funky, but I think it's going to be more parsable.
I actually don't think you need the first parentheses in. If we were just explaining it, read words following the floss rule, period, after the consonants blank, 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 these double, period, and then put just one parentheses. Yeah, or you could do that because you're just explaining. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could use no positive there.
But we've got it as a complete sentence at the moment, and so that would read like a comma splice. Yeah, sorry, I have to click out of the box before it updates. So
You could use a long hyphen to explain it. So the floss rule, and then one of those long hyphens, FL blah, blah, blah. And then what she said.
Honestly, that's one of the better ways, I think.
Then you could do your parens with your EG.
Do we feel okay with that?
Okay, can I make a comment for just a second? We heard just a little bit ago, you guys referencing we used IE and EG quite a bit, correct? I know our initial thing when we were in the committee, we were under the impression that IE was implying that you have to teach that. So it wasn't that we were just going back and forth using different letters, but there was a purpose for that. So just kind of just keep that in mind when you see the IE and the EG. Just because if we change it on one standard as EG, we're going to have to go change it on another standard, or you will have to go change it.
So either one are fine. I do think we don't currently have IE on the introduction in that table. So if the committee would like to use that as, or IE, we would just need to add it and know that it would be exhaustive in that case.
We're going to use IE for exhaustive lists, and we've had quite a few exhaustive lists thus far that we have not used IE with.
Yes. Thank you, Nicole, for flagging. So it's up to the discretion of the committee, but EG would be non-exhaustive. The other options on your introduction currently for non-exhaustive are, I believe, including, such as, an EG. So those would mean, more further clarity for educators of options, like a e.g. To Kill a Mockingbird, Lewis Di, whatever, you know. But you wouldn't necessarily, of course, have to teach those texts kind of thing.
I, for one, think whatever we do, we need to do it consistently throughout. So if we do think IE should be used for exhaustive lists, I kind of think we should always use IE for exhaustive lists. You have a comment?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead.
Nope, you go ahead.
I think it is a pretty important distinction, especially, think about being a teacher, whether like, okay, is this something I could teach or something I have to teach? So I think that we probably should fix that.
I agree, and I mean, and I understand the distinction between the two, but I don't know that your average educator is going to understand that IE means this must be taught. So
I think the hope
can
would
we
be
clarify that
in
language somewhere?
In our introduction, we do have a brief table that is intended to explain what IE and EG and other and such as are meant to represent. So I think hopefully that would clarify, but I do understand that has its own hangups, because if someone doesn't read that, then
If someone doesn't read the introduction, then are they going to understand that in that standard?
we would have to add IE, but even then we still run the risk of people not. But is there something we could use in lieu of IE that would more clearly convey that this is non-negotiable?
Including?
Specifically?
Yeah.
Spell words with inflectional endings, for example. Specifically, S, ing, ed, es, er.
Yeah. One other thought is like the and or the or could mean something different, right? If I say, To Kill a Mockingbird, The Bluest Eye, or whatever, that means something different than blank, blank, and blank. Just a thought. But again, with whatever you decide, but you could put this in the parking lot. But I appreciate Nicole flagging.
This is something that will require me to go back at some of the older standards that we've already discussed. Is this something where I would need to discuss with this entire group as I make that edit to every single standard, or have we kind of reached a consensus and that would therefore be something I would be permitted to?
I want to uplift the two comments that were made earlier about teachers want clarity. And there is a big difference between you may do this and you have to do this. I do like the clarity of the word specifically. And so I think if there are things that are required, that we are required them to do, I think we should say specifically. I also think our charge was to steer clear of jargon as much as possible. And so introducing IE versus EG, I'm not sure if that really gets us to our global goal. And so I just want to keep the global goal in mind of reducing jargon and clarity. And I think specifically for those things that are intentionally meant to be taught. And I'm so glad you pointed that out. I think we should just state it.
Do we feel like we should say, for example, instead of EG? If we're going to say the word specifically, do we need to say the words, for example? Because that's less jargon. I mean, it's not exactly complex jargon, but
I think we should just conquer one problem at a time.
Okay.
To circle back on your previous question, Vice Chair Hilliard, I'd be okay if the, committee takes a vote or, decides in unanimous consent that they instruct, by EG, we would like all of that to be replaced with specifically, it sounds like, or for IE, this is what we mean by this. Like that blanket level instruction should be plenty. And we can put it in the parking lot and we can also do some control Fs because I want to be thoughtful of your capacity.
yeah, I mean, I don't mind doing it. It's just I don't want to do it right now because I want to make progress with the standards themselves.
Board members can make technical non-substantive edits to the standards. So there will be people who look at these carefully after you all are done and can correct those sorts of things through board vote, if that makes sense. I would say these are non-substantive, so.
Okay, so we're thinking specifically instead of EG.
was specifically instead of
IE, sorry,
because
yeah.
IE was the one where you guys were intentional, these must be taught, right?
Yeah.
So I think
I misspoke.
specifically instead of IE.
Because to me, that's substantive. That's an urgent, that's an urgent need for clarity there for educators so that they understand what is meant by that terminology.
I do want to then very, very briefly, and I know I don't want to go backwards instead of forwards, but there was that list on K.FL.E.3, where we had spell VC, EG, and CVC, EG, and then we noticed that after spell V, it was IE instead of EG. I want to make sure we assumed that that was just an oversight. I do want to specify from them just to ensure that that's not something we're overriding, something they did intentionally. Yeah, so we've had this conversation about EG versus IE, and if I'm understanding correctly, when you were working on the standards, you were going under the assumption that EG was a non-exhaustive list and IE was a required list, like these are things that must be taught. And then on K.FL.E.3, we noticed that substandard B has 4 different parentheses. 3 of them use EG, 1 of them uses IE. We operated under the assumption that that was just a small oversight, but we wanted to clarify that that was substandard B.
The only thing I might offer while you're looking at that is there are very few one vowel words. So I think they might have been saying just A and I. Those are the ones that.
You can't really.
Is that accurate? Okay.
Would that be an example of an instance where we would use specifically? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I will do that after we depart for the day. I do. Okay. I think we're back to the encoding standard for first grade. Or did we finish with the decoding standard for first grade? I can't recall. I think we did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
First thing that jumps out in FLE3 is because we changed the wording of the examples, FLSC, doubling EG, fluff, all of that, that should be changed for continuity.
This one is a little bit trickier if we use the exact same language we used in the previous standard because
Agreed.
it's in the midst of a list that
Right.
continues after it.
And it's encoding as opposed to decoding.
Right.
So I'll leave it to the experts to.
I'm not sure all of that language would necessarily need to be repeated, given that we just did it in the above standard. They will be side by side on the page. Trying to save us about 5 minutes of syntax.
I'm just thinking out loud. I'm not even sure that I want this to be on the record, but I'm not saying anything bad. So if these are side by side, I can see having it written out in one and then not in the other because it's there. I can also see moving the language of the rule to the appendix or a glossary or standards guides or all of the above and changing the language completely. That would mean we'd have to go back to the other one. So I see the looks on your faces, but I think, there are options there, but yeah, I understand syntactically why it would be difficult to repeat that. So just offering some options there.
I, for one, would prefer to just define the floss rule in the glossary and just make reference to the floss rule in the standard itself, and then
I think it would be great to have all the rules defined. But that's just me. Don't think we did that, but now I'm thinking that might be a great thing for y'all to do. Right there. I'm talking about all the spelling rules that we teach children, like the floss rule and I'll get you an example.
I think she was talking about the glossary.
Yeah, well, it would be in the appendix.
Yeah.
And I do just want to be cautious there because of the wording rule. So we try and use generalizations about language and spelling, but when we say it's a rule, then it's finite. There's always exceptions. And so I think just if we stick to what's in the standards, we can clarify what's in the standards in the appendices. Adding another list, I think that's up to high quality instructional materials. So
I agree with that.
Okay.
That's true.
I only thought about whether or not someone, not us, is going to define the rules is while this is being used by teachers, you would be surprised how many homeschool parents are looking at our standards. And how many people are working outside of public education looking at our standards. And so I'm just wondering if it would be helpful. I'm particularly thinking of the homeschool community at this moment, if these are things that we think are really important to acquiring reading skills. I
I'm
think
going
it
to
might be helpful.
retract what I said off the top of my head in the moment and agree with her on let the high quality instructional materials define the rules as they're teaching. So I say take that off the table. That was just an in the moment, sitting here
I would like to
brainstorming,
retract
thinking
my
out loud.
amendment with what she said.
So what is our consensus then? Because I want to make sure this is right on the page. Are we removing the language about defining what a floss rule is? We're just going to simply leave the examples and that will be sufficient? Great. That makes for a lot easier editing. On C here, substandard C, we have an IE list. That is an exhaustive list of inflectional endings. Okay.
Can I clarify how we're speaking about this? When we're saying it's an exhaustive list, exhaustive, the intent of this committee, not exhaustive in the English language, just so, yeah, we're not saying teach everything in first grade ever, but this is what's intended by the committee for first grade.
I should be more precise. I don't.
No, it totally understood, and you don't have to say that every time. I just want to say it. So thanks.
H has upper and lowercase. I think earlier we made that uppercase.
Grade instead of grade ones, like we.
Yeah.
Yes.
When we're doing first grade, have we done the word first or have we done numeral 1 ST?
I think the only one we've had to write out is kindergarten. Is that correct? So however we do it on this one would just
My instinct is the word, but I want to confirm.
first grade. Is that what you're saying? Say first
Yeah,
grade.
not the Roman numeral, because
No,
that
no,
would be an upper.
No, I
okay.
was like the Arabic numeral.
Okay.
Yeah. So the word first then. So
Yes.
first grade. Okay. Anything else for this standard? Okay. And then we're on to second grade. I'm sure it will be a lot of the same things.
One thing we had put in the parking garage for later was that in the glossary that we were going to spell out the acronyms VC, CP, et cetera. And so I just want to make sure that I don't also need to put in the parking garage that we need to spell out VC/CV. I think it's apparent what that means, but I want to make sure for the committee.
I would just note that it's written differently with slashes instead of commas separating them, and that's not, I don't believe that's intended to mean something different. So they should be written.
Well, I do think it's meant to be different because it's multi-syllabic words, isn't it? Instead of I think the slash is meant to indicate.
So that's, I mean, well,
You're correct, yep.
But the letters still mean the same thing. Right.
Yes.
So,
yep.
Okay.
We in substandard A, we have vowel and then hyphen E, and then we have vowel R without a hyphen. Which of those would be correct?
And consonant, LE, if we do the hyphen, then there needs to be a space there as well.
What exactly is signified by vowel E, vowel R? Just that's a common syllable pattern, just a vowel plus the letter E, a vowel plus the letter R. Okay.
I think that it probably needs a hyphen.
Should it have a space before the hyphen or should it just be vowel hyphen E without a space? I think no space. That's kind of what I.
Yeah, so
Because it seems like it's implying that.
then we need to take this space out of the other two, right?
Okay.
And include the hyphen with the R.
You have something similar on line E, just with the vowel hyphen R.
And that seems to be done the way that we're saying we can
Yes,
do it elsewhere.
yes.
Okay. Okay.
Substandard K, read words with the consonant doubling rule. Question mark mine.
What was that again? Sorry. That was. Seems like it should say the, yes.
Yeah.
So the proposed change would be to add
The
the word the after with. Is that how?
I think so.
When we have listed the words on substandard C, where it says read words with triple letter blends, trigraphs, and above, I think we're missing the Oxford comma with trigraphs and above. I think we've used that elsewhere. And then in the parentheses, we have SPR hyphen, but then none of the other. I don't know if those are triple letter blends or trigraphs or something else, but they're not, there's no hyphen afterward. I don't know what would be correct.
So the hyphen after SPR, it's saying that that starts at the beginning of the word, but TCH would be at the end, so you'd want a hyphen before. DGE would be at the end, you want a hyphen before, and A could be either. It would be in the middle, so before and after, I don't know.
Okay. Do we want to just simply not use the hyphens then? Because if we're going to have one that doesn't have a hyphen, like that's going to, like, well, I actually don't know what is correct I don't know what a style guide would say about that.
I think it's just about conveying meaning, and so TCH, you in the English language typically don't
Right.
start a word with TCH. Would teachers know that, or do they need the dash to understand that it comes at the end? I think that's up for you all to discuss.
How do people feel about that?
I would say the SPR dash, because that lets the teacher know that that's the beginning, and dash. TCHDGE should be a hyphen before the T and the D to let the educator know that it's the ending. And then EIGH can leave as without a hyphen.
Is that how we feel? Cool. Then I'll do it.
Oh, I broke the door. I'm sorry. Stronger than you.
I think we may need, ooh, that's got a battery.
While we're on our tech break, I think the fact that we spent most of the time doing copy edits really speaks to the quality of like the core of your work. You know, we're not saying we think you left out something students need to learn. And I know this feels nitpicky, but I think it actually speaks to the big picture that the stuff that kids need to learn, it's there.
I agree. Hey, where are we, Coach?
I think we're still looking at this standard. I was just letting people get the mic settled before we get into it because right now I feel like we're not really operating as a quorum.
She needs a bonus. She gotta have a bonus.
Don't ask me to close it though.
Good job.
Loud too. I can.
Good.
I think the red indicates that the battery's getting low.
Make her have one yet.
Okay, just to continue with this, substandard D has a lengthy list provided, and there is a semicolon toward the end of it instead of a comma. I don't believe that is intentional, but I want to make sure that that is not.
It's possible if there was intent behind that, that it would be conveying diphthongs, separating the diphthongs. I'm not sure. You're looking at D? Okay. No, they're kind of mixed in, so I don't think so.
We're going to change that to EG.
Would we want that period by the J and substandard G? Is that intentional?
Substandard K needs the before the consonant doubling rule again. And then our other edits from before would apply. The period after versus and substandard J, hyphen and grade appropriate. Substandard L. Um, in substandard J, mint versus pint, putting just the period for versus, and then substandard L, hyphenate grade appropriate.
I ask for clarity on what J
Yes.
Okay.
I think this is where we need to put in a G and give more notice to write many upper and lowercase letters in cursive.
I will defer to other people there. I don't know about the cursive thing always seems a little antiquated to me, but I understand that I am probably not the majority opinion there.
Now, that's only one person's opinion here, but I think if we're going to talk about it, they're two different things. They're both writing, but they're two distinct standards, I think.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't we already have some cursive standards in here?
There's language in here already about.
This is the first one, isn't it?
It says, for F here, it says print legibly in manuscript, write many upper and lowercase letters in cursive. Are you proposing, Chairman, that we're just going to move that, what's after that semicolon to a G substandard?
Yes.
So not adding any additional language, just moving.
No, we're going to say write upper and lowercase letters in cursive. Not many, but just write upper and lowercase letters in cursive as a G.
And we want to eliminate the word many.
Yes, that's what I would suggest.
Just from me looking at them as the progression.
Yeah, the next, in third grade, it says write all lower and uppercase cursive letters. So I think many probably serves a purpose there.
I didn't go that far. Thank you.
But are we in agreement that that could move to a substandard G?
Clarity, paragraph.
It just says that they haven't mastered it at all. They're writing some. Yeah.
How to sign their name. I'm like, you have to be able to sign your name.
That was one of the biggest inputs I received when I announced to the Rotary Club that I was going to be on this committee. All the real estate agents says, teach them to sign their name because they're having to use X's now. This generation that's coming through are buying houses and they can't sign their name. Yeah.
All of the letters.
But I think you brought something up. That's a good idea. Can you do that at the second grade level? Can they sign their name or no?
Introduce the letters in cursive, and then the third grade skill is write. Read it and read.
Make it a student-based standard, not introduce is a teacher-based. How would we write it as a student-based? I like what it's in there right now. Write many upper and lowercase
I see no
letters
reason
in
to
cursive.
really change that. I mean, ultimately, if they're going to learn by third grade, it's not like while it is necessary to know how to sign your name, I don't think most students are going to need to be signing contracts in second grade.
Yeah.
Action. And if many is an issue, you could change it to introduce all letters in cursive and then move to write all letters.
He didn't like the introduce. So maybe like become acquainted or something. Okay.
In substandard D, it says grade hyphen level appropriate. Elsewhere, we've said grade appropriate. Should we consolidate that to grade appropriate? Okay.
Are we going to spell out second grade?
I went ahead and added that. I'm sorry if I didn't specify that. I just thought since we'd already talked about it in the other context, I went ahead and
Got it.
for the sake of time, I'm just trying to expedite some of these processes when we've already reached a consensus on analogous case. I don't see it in A.
She's on the next one.
Oh.
further.
So do we have anything else for second grade? Okay, and we'll move to third grade.
There's no difference that I'm aware of. Was there any intent? I think it's just written two different ways. So you can choose whichever one you think would be best.
Where's this in A? Where are we saying this?
I think she's saying replace that.
Oh,
with
with syllabication, just
Yeah.
syllable patterns. Okay. So just change syllabication to syllable.
Because
Okay.
it's only used.
What else? Where is this?
But we're not there. I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah, we're
The one
we're still
before it.
decoding, right? Yeah. I'm missing something. Oh, okay.
Oh.
All right.
Do you think the lettering is off though? It goes C to E to G. Is that intentional?
Oh, yeah, there's something.
Do you see anything else for that decoding standard? I'm not seeing anything else. Okay.
There's an extra period in A.
Oh, right. Yeah, there's an extra period on A. Okay, other than that, are we ready to move on to the next one? Okay, third grade encoding standard. Go ahead and make the changes we've done throughout. I'm gonna add the comma after EG. I'm gonna change grade 3 to third grade. So I'll go ahead and make those consistent changes.
I think. One where we want to make. Right. Caracanagus. That's the one that's 15. Yes, E. Yes. The E, like it was the. We may want to do that. I mean, well, we could do that in fifth grade. I think fifth grade's the last time that they're going to have it. So that might be something we want to add in fifth grade. Make sure. By that time, if they've been introduced to cursive, they should have it down pat by fifth grade. And that's the last time that they're going to have that skill or that standard. So.
This is granular, but previously we've said upper case and lowercase, but here in the new substandard E, it's written as write all lower and uppercase, so it just inverted the order. I propose we switch that order back to the way we've done it elsewhere.
Yes.
I
So I
suppose
think, like, if they come with a word that they're not sure of, like how to spell, they can use those patterns and rules they have learned to try to apply it to be the way I interpret it.
It's basically saying use everything you've learned about language to read. They just listed out more specifically. So letter sound correspondence, syllable patterns, and then morphology, which is more meaning. Um, so when they're reading multi-syllable words, use those different things to figure out what it says. Is there something we could clarify that might make it easier to read?
this is substandard A has quite the parentheses. Several, almost 10 lines long. We feel okay about that?
It's just talking about all the rules they should have learned up until that point. At that time, I mean, third grade, they're just kind of reviewing all those.
Okay.
Those two.
We've got single quotes around T and S, silent letters, single quote T, and single quote S. We have not done that elsewhere. I think we've just presented letters without any quotation marks around them. So would we want to delete those single? Yeah, it's silent letters T and after S. I can be less detailed if you want me to be.
It looks like the C in CLE is capitalized and it should be a lowercase. Right under diphthong. You see it?
Yes.
Oh, and I think for that, the VCE. That
I think
capital.
that's supposed to be vowel consonant E, right?
Oh, okay,
So
okay,
I think
okay.
that is intentional.
So that one's right. Okay, gotcha.
I'm learning. Put me in a third
Study.
grade classroom tomorrow. Once we have another grade level appropriate, I'm gonna change that to grade appropriate. For their third graders are probably using check. How would we phrase that? That sounds great to me. I like digital resource. Yes, I have done that, yes. Should that say including a dictionary, thesaurus, or digital resource, or and digital resource? Should that? They had and, so. Okay. Do we have anything else for the third grade encoding standard? It might be a reasonable goal for us in the next 23 minutes to get the fourth and maybe fifth grade done for this particular standard, so we could at least get to. Okay. Okay. Then I'm going to quickly say we've got a syllabication here in the decoding standard for 4, so I'm assuming we're going to change that to syllable.
I'm gonna try this, Mike. Since we have included the revision, the dictionary and thesaurus or digital resource in the previous standard, then could we consider consult print or digital reference materials in C there?
That makes sense to me.
Okay.
This is the first time. Well, we do in fifth grade as well. And so they are in cursive, especially, yes, especially we do like the Civil War and some things like that. And so when we look at those, yes, they're all in cursive. They can't read them. So everything that's been in cursive, I've had to go in and type it if I want to give them, or I have to read it. Right. 8:30. I'm gonna be retired by then. No, just kidding. No, I won't be. Add the cursive and
Right, I skipped it.
It is back. So hooray. I would ask that we look at the standards. Um, so do we have anything else for decoding?
Sorry. Well, would we want to introduce credible, the word credible, when we get to, and I don't know, when we get to introducing text evidence or within that discussion? Well, that's, I mean, I know in fifth grade they're using text evidence. I know in some degree, they're using, and now we're getting into the reading standards, but the word credible to me denotes understanding of credibility in all its meaning. So is that too early for that concept?
Yeah.
The term relevant. So I don't know if we want to go along the same.
Well, and this is also checking for spelling or pronunciation. And so those are going to be different reference materials that you may just assume are credible in a classroom. Whereas when you're talking about evidence, that's when you are assessing, is this really reasonable? Yeah.
Because right here, we're discussing strictly language spelling, right? So we're just looking at print and digital resources as resources, not necessarily.
For decoding, it is in reference to pronunciation. Do we have anything else for decoding? Okay, then we'll move to for encoding. Change grade 4. Okay, we'll till we get to the K through 12. If you're subs.
Your background knowledge, not a student understanding.
Other standards that also included that language, so we would need to go back and eliminate that as well if we're going to make that change.
Someone quickly tell me which levels add that to. Three and 4.
And encoding? fourth grade be?
Dr. Stout, there were a few things that they came in relatively short order. I'm not sure I got all of them. So it would just be write legibly in manuscript, new standard, write legibly in cursive. Okay, anything else? Nothing else? Okay, so we've got last two for this progression, decoding 5th grade and encoding.
If FLE3, remove the language again in substandard B, understand spelling solidifies later than reading.
Did we have anything else left for decoding on 5 since we kind of shifted to encoding? No, you're fine. I appreciate pushing us. Usual things for 5. Encoding, we need to change syllabication to syllable.
So, I taught their grade, but what I would do is, because it's not a tested subject, I waited until after TCAP and then I taught this after TCAP. So that could be something that they use as our Because there are teachers that are not going to want to teach it because, especially right now, they're trying to get their kids passed in third grade, and I get that. So that might be something that they want to do afterward.
Elsewhere, we've deleted the single quotation marks around letters or letter groups. We have silent S and I here. We're going to delete those. A little faster, so if anyone wants to get the note. I'm trying. I'm really trying over here.
In K2, our high quality instructional materials have assessments that let us identify where students have gaps in the trajectory of skills for foundational skills. And teachers, then it gives direction to how we teach them to close those gaps. So we can identify so we teach them grade level too, but it also gives direction on how to help close gaps as well.
I'll add that speech articulation is a big part of how phonics is taught, all of the foundational skills, and it's developmentally appropriate for there to be speech difficulties or inability to pronounce, articulate sounds the way they're intended. So that's to be expected. It's noted in the materials, especially high quality materials, and that's something that you teach them in small group to make sure that they're overcoming that. And if they're not overcoming that at an appropriate pace, that's when typically services are provided. So that's the intended sort of progression there.
I believe we have. You're looking at 4. That's a new standard. We have not broached yet. So are we trying to forge into a new standard now? We can. We have 7 minutes left. So an entire progression. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yeah, this is. No, we haven't, but that's the beginning of a new progression of Standard 4. We just finished Standard 3.
Here. Sorry, we've got floating mics. Let me start there. So there was a question earlier about the 6th grade standard related to pronouns, and I want to make sure that I understood the question specifically. So I had a good conversation with David Laird, Assistant Commissioner of Assessment and Accountability. My understanding of your question was, can we assess how well students are doing on the assessment with respect to that standard? Is that right?
Yeah, I wrote for that question because we'd heard anecdotally that students were coming to the middle grades with a firm understanding of pronouns, and I just wanted to see if
Got it. Perfect.
actual evidence.
Okay, so here's a hopefully straightforward but slightly complicated response. So the ability to assess any given standard on assessment is actually pretty difficult. And to do so with a high degree of confidence is a challenge because however, the standard could be assessed one or more times. There could be one or more items on the assessment, and the degree of difficulty of those items could vary significantly too. So in one year, you could have a single test question on that standard that is difficult. In another year, you could have a question that is very easy, simple. And so you can't really look across years. So that poses some challenges. So to keep the test as light and still appropriate for high stakes purposes, performance has to be summarized across the blueprint. I don't know if you all are familiar with the blueprint. I had to educate myself. And not make it diagnostic. So it's not really a question that can be answered, if that makes sense. Is anybody curious to know how it is assessed? Because it is. What's that?
I can talk to you.
No. But if anybody, I mean, because he gave me that information as well, if that would be helpful.
An editing question?
Correct. Yeah. I was like, y'all know this better than I do. So.
That's great. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. So members, as a result, you don't have to handle it right now. Just wanted to get you an answer ASAP. I put it in your parking garage so that you have it to, if you want to take action on that at all. And I did ask Ms. Dockery, no, whose question? Oh, Vice Chair Hilliard, maybe it was you. You asked about like sort of doing homework to catch up on the language introduction. I reached out to our legal team for advice and they wanted to just confirm it. So they're going to get me an answer by tomorrow and I'll follow up.
Yeah, I was just asking the content, not even just a language introduction, but to have that time committed to just looking at introductions and glossaries and appendices on the final day. And if we are a little behind, I didn't know if that was a possibility. Since we do that collectively rather than funneling through one person, I thought maybe that would be possible, but I don't want to obviously do anything.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I'll get back with you if is the long and short of it. But those were my 2 updates. TDOE. Yes.
We should probably go home and look over the rest of these for sure, so that hopefully we can get these knocked out in that 45 minutes that we will have. We get started on tomorrow's.
Change the room for